I don't know what the deal was. It's Twitter is being a twit is the problem. You have to go in and change the name to what you want to name it, but it can't be the same as what you name it with YouTube and all this stuff. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. But um, finally got the computer back up and all this good stuff. So contacted tech support, and tech support's just now answering. So I was able to make it happen, I guess. Hopefully we're back in here. I don't see the lines on there. And okay, I see the stream chat box over here. Of course, there's no viewers here now, so we'll see how this works out. Okay. Well, we'll see, Peg. I don't know. I mean, it's just it's crazy how everything changes, and now you have to give Twitter its own name for the show and all that stuff. I don't know which microphone I'm using. There we are. I'm using the correct microphone now. Are y'all hearing me out there in La La Line? Hello, Jenny Lynn. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you, Miss Peggy, for being here. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with it. Crazy stuff. So we'll let some people pile back in here. Hello, Linda Lane. I'm going to show y'all. My wife has explained to me some of the issues y'all were seeing and saying last night. And okay, thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. So I'm going to show y'all my screen so that y'all will understand and see what I see in the chat and stuff like that, so that y'all understand. I'm not skipping your messages on purpose. It's just that's all it shows me. I'm not reading this chat right here. That's just on the screen for other people to see from multiple platforms type thing. It's it's a whole different thing that I'm looking at. So I'm just saying, never fails. Today to be the day, right? Let me drink to that. Sweet tea. I got one of my Disney cups. We've had these cups for a long time. So I started off, I got my computer reset and it came back on and my fans are roaring and I couldn't get them shut off. So I know y'all wouldn't have been able to hear and all that good stuff. So I had to restart it again, and that took care of that problem. Now the fans are not roaring, but then I had to go through the whole thing of the whole YouTube thing again. It's crazy. Stuff's working. So thank you, R. Esco Jr., for hitting that subscribe button. Invite everybody. Y'all push it out. Thank you, Miss Peg, for inviting 86 Criminals. I do recognize the name 86 Criminals from our X-Land friends. So anybody who has not smashed that subscribe button, I sure appreciate it. We're gonna keep growing. We're gonna make this the place where we all want to be, right? Hello. After Dark 60. So yeah, it's one of those things where I swear I'm not trying to miss anybody's comments and all that good stuff, but things have just been happening. So it's been a challenge to get there and all this good stuff. Hello, Deborah 643 and her diamonds. Hey, super chats work. Caleb might be in the house there. He just super chatted $5, so I know that's working. Her diamonds full. I don't know why in the hell I didn't see it last night. It wasn't until my wife said, I don't know why you couldn't see her name as Diamonds. I'm like, I was seeing some other stuff. I don't know. It's all the way over at the other end of the screen, y'all. I'm sorry. So it's just, hold on. I got on one of my crazy shirts here. Let's see here. My camera's going. I'm the crazy dysfunctional veteran they warned you about. So I had to throw this one on, to make it different. There you go, Michaela. It's much easier to see you over there, but I know what you're doing, and I appreciate you. They're happening. So, as you can see, I mean, with just trying to get things started. Like I said in the beginning of my other video, I was going to go live a little bit earlier. I looked, and Alex is live, which he did send me a link to his stream. It's just I haven't got to the point where I figured out how to do my stream and go to their stream and be on there also. I mean, because hey, it I'm trying to build and grow mine too, so I'm trying to get the time credit in for my stuff and all the good stuff. So, but well, thank you, Michaela. That stuff's working, and it shows up on the screen, and there you go. So there we go. That's what super chatting does. It drops stuff in the balls into the pit there. Currently, right now, just because I was messing with stuff, it's put me in as the chat boss. And eventually, you can put somebody else in there, type thing. So, yeah, I'm glad that Streamlabs chat bot's in there. It thanked you also. So, but thank you, Michaela, for supporting my channel, and again, for all you friends, including Michaela, make sure you drop your YouTube channels, because she has a YouTube channel. Matter of fact, she has two. And make sure you guys drop them in there and support each other. I appreciate everybody who stops in here to support me and has helped me get to where I'm at. So make sure that you guys just show the support of just hitting that subscribe button. It helps. It makes things reachable. So I did put it out on my Facebook. It doesn't show anybody. I don't know if that's all that stuff's working correctly anyway, but yeah, I want to show you guys, what I see over here. So it's sort of, so y'all have an understanding. I'm not trying to miss anybody's comments, but it's a whole different deal over here for me. So let me change my view here and bring up bring this screen that I'm looking at onto my other screen. Now it's going to be wonky. You're going to see it like multiple times, but I want to show y'all what my chat looks like so that y'all understand. Why you have PTSD, Peg? So you understand what I'm seeing here. And then we're going to watch. I don't know if y'all have all watched Brian Anton. I have not seen this episode, but I noticed what he says there. Note claims to have video, famed FBI profiler on what's real and what's not. I see a lot of people are saying that the people that we all probably look at and stuff. Oh, so Peg was saying somebody shooting fireworks already. Yeah, I guess it is a week early, huh? But yeah, so I want to check it out, and then we'll discuss some other things. I'll let Peg put that back in the comments again, what you said in the earlier thing. And again, the person who I saw it from was I'm Unfiltered, the one I told you guys to make sure you're following. She put out a thing earlier about charges possibly being dropped against Damien, 857 Tucson. So that's good news. I'm not saying it's, we want to see it and all that stuff. So, a new email out. So let's go. Let me bring up my X over here. You said you tagged me in it? How long ago did you tag me in it? Telling you, there's some weird stuff going on my computer and stuff. Sometimes I wonder if I'm getting the latest information and stuff like that. So there it is. Okay. Let me bring this over here. And I'll bring it up on screen and we shall talk about it. This comes from Sarah's the one who just tagged me in it, but it does come from Thinking in Cases, Criminal Psychology. Can y'all see that good there? I know my image is there a little bit in the way, but I'll move it up as we go. Let me take a second to look it over. I'll read it to you. Another email sent in the Nancy Guthrie case. According to TMZ, the sender sent a second email today stating they're afraid of being caught by the kidnappers, insist that they're not involved, but claim they know who is. Strange. Stating they're afraid of being caught by the kidnappers, insist that they're not involved, but claim they know who is. Okay. In the latest message, the sender also says they won't accept or touch any reward money until the kidnappers are caught. Look, there's quite a few things to me that just don't seem right. Why are you only asking for one Bitcoin? And the fact that the Bitcoin's bottoms, and not that it hasn't, it's only $60,000 now when it was up at $120,000 almost. Hello, Paula. So it's just weird that they're asking for just $60,000 now. Michaela says JLR had gremlins as well with his computer. I'm telling y'all, some crazy stuff's happened since the other night. Y'all can call me crazy. Y'all can say blah, blah, blah if you want to, but I didn't have none of these issues before that night. And I'll tell y'all, I did run a virus scanner on my whole computer on everything, and it did locate a Trojan virus. And I have since removed that, but you see, I'm having issues. So just saying. Can I invite JLR? I can. I would have to, I don't know what he's doing right now. It's 11:15. It's 11:15 in Florida on a Friday night. He might be doing something. He knows if he wants to come in, there's an open invite to any of those guys, JLR, Damien, Alex, anybody who's got that wants to come on stream, let me know. And I will send you a link. Just go to my email. One of the mods can drop my email and you can send me a request and I'll send you the link, but I'm not going to openly paste it out there no more, just to avoid any of those issues like we had before. JLR just posted on X. Let me see. Let me see if I can figure out the, I had to do it this way and then get a link for him. And then I'll have to send it to him through email. So y'all gonna have to bear with me here. I'm a new one-man band here. So and I can't see anything over there, just so y'all know. Had to make sure I wasn't sharing the wrong screen here so y'all see all this stuff. Okay, I sent him a link via email. We'll see if he decides to stop in or lets me know, and then we'll go from there. Got to bring my view back up so I can see what y'all are saying and all that stuff. Okay. Let's finish up this email here. I'm sorry, Sarah. I got off track and I started doing other things and waiting to see what's said there. So, and I did text him. Hello, Don Marie. Hello. I'll drop it to I'll drop a direct message to Caleb, and that way he can send it out for me if someone needs it. Then he can take care of that for me. Yep, that's the current link right there. So Caleb's got it, and he can share it with you other mods and all that stuff. For if somebody wants to invite Alex, Damien, anybody that anybody that that wishes to come in, contact your mods, and they'll drop you the link to get on here. And then somebody just have to let me know if somebody. I think it'll show me down here maybe. So back to the email. Vape them if you got them. It's Friday, y'all. It's our first live monetized, and we've lost all of our damn brain cells. So we're going to try to do this, all right? Thank you, Dawn. Thank you. It's only because you guys being here and coming back. So as long as y'all hang out, we'll keep growing, So yeah, that's why I was wondering. I know that they were both live and all that stuff. So okay, back to the email real quick, y'all. Let's finish this email and then we'll go from there. So again, Sarah's the one who sent me this, and this comes from Thinking in Cases, Criminal Psychology, another ex-follower of a lot of ours. So I'll read the first statement part again, and let's think about it. According to TMZ, the sender sent a second email today stating they're afraid of being caught by the kidnappers, insist that they're not involved, but claim they know who is. In the latest message, the sender also says they won't accept or touch any reward money until the kidnappers are caught. These are significant claims, but at this point, they remain unverified. If the sender truly has evidence that could help locate Nancy or identify those responsible, investigators will be focused on determining whether those claims are credible. The biggest question now, if you know who did it, why continue emailing the media instead of providing everything you have directly to the FBI? What's y'all's thoughts on that? And which, I have an idea why they would not do that, because, for me, the thought is the FBI would be on them like stink on shit as soon as they hit the send button. But they may be able to mask their ID to TMZ to the point where TMZ is not. I personally would think the FBI would have somebody there at TMZ waiting for that stuff to come in, right? And get as much data as they can and it not change. Diamonds. That's a gifted 100 jewels. We got some jewels, y'all. Y'all keep blinging it up, and we'll just decorate it, the whole place with jewels and stuff, I guess. Again, all that stuff's new. I have no idea what all y'all can do out there. You guys that know all that stuff, y'all probably do all kind of crazy stuff, and I'll be like, what the hell was that? So thank you. Whatever we did there. But yeah, I mean, my thoughts are the FBI would definitely be all over that. But it's just strange that they sent a second email today. Yeah, and it says clearly it sent a second email today. And they can't trace where these emails are coming from. I mean, you can only mask your email address so far, I would think. I mean, I'm not an IT guy, so no idea. What you laughing at, Michaela? You're probably used to all that stuff on your channel. Hey, it's my first go at it. I got to see some jewels. Laugh out loud. I have no idea what they do for you, but you're welcome. I don't either. They're just a bunch of things that come up. Oh, call them BS on the emails. Yeah, I mean, so let's take a look at that. Drop my X down here and let's see here, the UE2E. Let's see what y'all want to watch. The Brian Enton. See what he has to say. JLR did read my text, y'all. So, if he wishes to stop in, and I haven't noticed that he's down there hiding out, then he will let me know. So, but he did read it. Again, that's all I can do. Texas Peg gifted party hat, 20 jewels. I don't know where y'all come up with all this stuff, but we got more jewels for our hats now. I think they should too. Yeah, they should, Sarah. They really should. I fully agree with you. They should. For sure. Now we got a silver star. Now we just need a daggum a bronze star, a Medal of Honor, I guess. I don't know what all y'all can throw out there. Well, let's see what Brian Enton says. We'll start on that, and we'll see. Look who's here, y'all. I may have missed his entry. I'm going to put a door checker out there. So whenever Tom Marie's gifting floating hearts now, that's as close as we get to the purple heart, I guess. You get guests when you use super chats, and you can give them in any channel once you get them. Nobody's ever... where did I get those at? Is that all part of those, like, oh, now she's crapping on us. She's got a happy poop times 10. I don't know. Y'all just keep dropping them. I don't... they're interesting to see. So... we'll all learn it eventually. We'll all figure it out, but... check, and there's still nobody in the green room waiting, so I only send the link out to JLR, and I don't know who else y'all may have seen one out to. So let me start this video, and let's listen to what this is. A 30-minute video, so again, I don't know if y'all have watched it. I have not watched it, so let's see what the Brian Enton crew has to say about the latest thing. Now, does anybody know, was this after the first email today and before the second, or was it after the 2nd. So this is 6 hours ago. And his description here says another demand letter has reportedly been received involving the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie. TMZ says they were sent a new letter from someone who has contacted them before, but this time the person claimed to have video. So this is after the first email today, of the alleged suspects and Nancy Guthrie in what they called a secure location. To have video of the alleged suspects and Nancy Guthrie in what they called a secure location. I think that's what we're talking about, the phone and all that stuff. But are the letters real? And what about the other letters sent to a local TV station? So James Fitzgerald is going to analyze the letters in this episode of Brian In. So let's watch it.
Out about these ransom notes.
Oops, let me start it from the beginning.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show.
Turn it up a little bit.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks to everybody who has supported my content and everybody who subscribed to my channel. It's Friday. It's been just a very busy week when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie case in terms of information coming out about these ransom notes. And now there is even more that has come out. And this is in relation to another note that TMZ claims that they have received a new note, which I'm going to get to all the details in a second. In this episode, I'm also going to interview really famed FBI profiler James Fitzgerald. He actually helped solve the Unabomber case. And I'm going to have
Linda
him
Lane.
really zero in on everything that we've
That's
learned
what I
this
just
week. When it comes to the first two ransom notes that we know went to the local TV stations, the ransom notes that I've reported the FBI believes are real.
That's back in February.
One first that said, Dear Savannah, we have your mother Nancy and demanded a ransom. And then also the second note where we've now learned the person said that Nancy Guthrie was dead and was with nature now. Super interested to see what Fitzgerald has to say about all of that. Again, this was his job, like reading into notes like this and trying to figure out who was behind them. So I'm going to have him go through everything, which is going to be really, really interesting, which we know is what the FBI is also doing behind the scenes. First, though, let me get you guys the latest on what TMZ is now reporting about another note that they've received. They say it's the same man who's written to them in the past who claims to know who the kidnappers are behind the Nancy Guthrie abduction. And he said that he can lead police to these kidnappers, and he's just asking for 1 Bitcoin, which is, the whole thing is strange. But nonetheless, I think we have to consider everything at this point. And this is obviously separate from those first two ransom notes. But this is the latest from TMZ. According to TMZ, they say whoever wrote this note said, I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. Only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones calling to snitch on themselves. So he's referring to the anonymous tip that went to the group of searchers in Mexico. He says he has video, and this is a new element here.
This is an image that I keep wanting to get. Let me move my cursor off the screen here, and we'll get a clean image. I'll give it a second so anybody can screenshot it so that we have it. I know we've seen it at different times, but we want a good, clean image, and it's fine that it has Brian Enton Investigates on it. I'm perfectly fine with that. But if somebody will screenshot that screen right there and save it for us, maybe drop it over in the Discord server and all that stuff so we all have it, so we can go back and take a look at it. And one of the reasons is because right here in this image, without me moving my mouse so that y'all have a clean image still whenever you screenshot it, even if you have to do it from my video later or something like that, even if I have to do it type thing. Down here, that should give us enough time to get a capture. I'm going to move my mouse onto the screen now to point out some things to you. And I know I get sidetracked, but sometimes whenever you see stuff and you got to talk about it then, or you just you'll totally lose it. So right down in here is the area where those, it's probably just a little bit further up this way is where those cisterns are located at. I think they're like directly out here, maybe out here, off to the side a little bit. but they're in this general area because the property line runs right up to here. So I'm guessing right in here. But one thing, and I know we talked about, the interview room talked about this itself. You notice these marks right here in the driveway? Those right there are just, there's just something strange about them to me. They're equal in distance all the way out through here until they get right here. Like, you know, somebody's burning out in gravel to get out of there. You know, it doesn't look like drag marks because this video right here was taken while Nancy's car was still in the garage before they took it as evidence and went and searched it and all that stuff. So it's not like they drug it out. There was no cars drug out. But also one thing I want you to look at and notice is if you were this person, let's say you're Nancy, you live in this house, you're the only car that pulls in this garage. Why? You see this edge of the wall right here? Why do you park your vehicle so far to the right, almost behind that column, where when you back out, you're going to have to back out and get around that column before you can ever get out of there? You know what I mean? It's just strange to me how the vehicle is parked over so far in that 2-car garage when there's only one car, to the point where, I mean, she still could give 2 foot on the right side of the passenger side of her vehicle as she pulls in and still have enough distance to open her door and freely and clearly walk into her kitchen door from her car. But notice, and I'll go back here in a second, just a little bit, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. When you see those investigators down on the ground looking at stuff, look at that angle of the right side of the garage door. Look up through there and look how far the car is offset when it was picked up on this video. Look how far her vehicle was sitting off to the side of that garage to where it's almost behind that column, and it's just not normal to me. It's not right. It's not an 84-year-old woman who is prone to probably back into anything. And I mean that sincere into the fact that, you know, not that I'm saying she's a bad driver, not saying that, you know, she's a degenerate to the point where she shouldn't be driving. I'm saying even as I get older, there's things that you know is right behind you, but you really got to look for them because you've always parked there and stuff. Any one of you guys driving your vehicle and backing it in and out of your garage, you know, as you get older and you can't turn and look, your mirrors only show you so much. There's things that's sitting way down here below your vehicle's line of sight that you really got to see. But I just noticed how far the vehicle is parked over to the side. So
he says he has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper on what would probably have been the last day of her life.
Okay, let me go back just a touch here. Okay, you see how look at this part right here of her wheels. This is her vehicle sitting in her garage by itself. We suspect probably driven by her the last time she drove it. And look how the wheels are cut. This right here is the front leading edge of the tires. That tells you that the driver's tire, the front is cut towards the left, just a slight amount where they would have pulled in there. But look how tight that steel would have put her pulling into that garage. You know what I mean? Even if she came in this direction right here, it didn't come. I don't suspect these right here are her tire marks. You know, somebody probably could measure the distance even from this video. And the way I used to do it is I used to take and stick tape, like when I have something like this on my monitor and I'm measuring distance for people, blah, blah, blah. I used to take these little stickies and I'd have them all over my monitors at work, and I'd stick it right next to the edge of her tire. Once I get this figured out here, right here, and I'd put one right here, and then I would actually measure it. And in this case, then I'd put a piece of tape there to keep them equal, exactly the way it is. And I'd pull that sticker off and I'd stick it down to this next section right here and measure them and see if it's the same distance, because it's going to be the equal distance in this video type thing. You know what I mean? So, but it's just strange to me how tight an 84-year-old woman has parked her vehicle to the right offset of her garage, when again she could easily pull directly in the middle right here and still have plenty of room to go right there in her garage. Make sense? So sorry, I just seen that comment. Caleb said go full screen. So you guys see what I'm talking about here? Just right here. Imagine driving right here. It just looks too close and tight for an 84-year-old woman to be driving. Which makes me wonder, how often did she drive her car? So just my thoughts on that. So
they would be the ones
we'll continue watching
snitch on themselves. So he's referring to the anonymous tip that went to the group of searchers in Mexico. He says he has video, and this is a new element here. He says he has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper on what would probably have been the last day of her life.
But you see those marks in the driveway? Look how far those marks, like somebody hauled ass to get out here. It's not like there was a bunch of rocks. I mean, that would have been a definite sign up here on this concrete part of her driveway. Had somebody peeled out, there should have been a pile of rocks right here that bounced off the door and just landed there. So if they didn't see anything, it just makes me wonder why these marks are in her driveway like that. I mean, it looks like I don't see somebody hauling butt in here and stomping it and getting their vehicle stopped before they hit the garage door based on where the marks actually stop. But do you guys see what I'm talking about there? So that's just something that has always been a question in my mind. And here's another thing for the shot from an aerial that we were talking about. Remember how they're talking about coming down through here? Right there's the handrail right there on the thing. And we hear Chris McDonough talking about the blood trail going out through here. And it's because this right here is a little sidewalk that goes down. There's a little bitty wall right here that they would not have been able to take. Let's say if they used a wheelchair to roll her away from there, they couldn't get past that handrail because it's right in the dead center of the walkway here. So they would have went out through here and came around this little pathway and taken her right to a vehicle, which would have been right directly in front. Had the camera still been there, you would have seen that exact spot right there. So those are just things that I've observed from the overhead videos of the drone footage, especially from Mark the Shark's videos. These are things I had seen before, but again, this is Fox News Digital's or News Nation's, whoever took this video. But those are just things that we've been wanting to see. Is that right there? That right there might be the cistern lid. I think it was back over right in here, honestly. But that right there looks almost pretty round right there in that area to me. But somewhere right in here must have been where the cisterns were at, since we're seeing that shot.
That's a big claim that he makes. He says this contains my definition of delivering it on a silver platter in terms of what he says he can give to TMZ. He says he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the kidnappers, says he has that video in a phone. So that's something new. The video in a phone, and the phone is turned off in a secret, secure location, but a location easy to find if you know where to look. He says if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver the phone on a silver platter. Gives a Bitcoin address. And Harvey Levin, who's obviously the boss at TMZ, has asked that person to screen grab something to prove that what they're saying is true. Something on the phone to show proof that he's not a fraudster. Harvey Levin says that he has alerted the FBI to all of this. I think a lot of us are skeptical of these TMZ notes. Is this just someone looking for attention? TMZ seems to be taking them seriously. TMZ seems to think it's the same person who sent emails in the past. So perhaps the FBI hopefully will look into this. These notes are obviously separate again from the first two ransom notes that we've been talking about all week, but I want to get to James Fitzgerald, get his take on this latest TMZ note, and then what I'm really interested in is his take on the first two notes. Really appreciate you joining me as always. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your podcast is awesome, by the way. I always put the link down in the description. And you're the perfect person to talk to because we've had so much come out this week about all of these notes, which I want to get your take on. First, though, this new TMZ reporting and I'm a little skeptical with this TMZ stuff. It seems separate from the first two notes, obviously, that came, but they are now claiming the guy who's been messaging them has sent a new email where he says that he's got the names, addresses, and phone numbers of the kidnappers. That there's a video that he has on a phone that shows Nancy with the main kidnapper, and that he will basically hand all of this over for 1 Bitcoin. What do you make of that?
First of all, and again, Brian, thanks for having me on your podcast. This guy, I don't think he's legit. I'm going to say that up front. I'm not sure any communication, and people are calling them notes, letters, whatever, posts, but I'm just going to call them communications, however they showed up. I don't think any of them are authentic, and that includes this most recent one. So two things. Why to TMZ? I mean, from the beginning, but certainly this one, where this guy is now alleging that he has some kind of a hidden phone in a secret place, whatever, and it has pictures of the last day Nancy was alive, and names, addresses, and ages of the two kidnappers. Okay.
So that right there, that statement itself, when you really think about that, if that person has this phone that has that information on it and they've powered it off, they probably would have done that at the time they got the information back on February the 6th. So why would it be hard for a carrier to not go search phones that are still being paid for service, but yet they have not pinged off of the servers since 5 months ago? Does that make sense to you guys? You know, why would someone still be paying service on a phone that they have not seen because it's shut off in 5 months? That should be an easily trackable thing. You know, most people, if they're paying for service, they're going to use it in those 5 months. There's going to be some data that is an active account that's being paid for, that's fully, you know, paid in, you know, in full. I mean, I guess maybe some people pay their service for a year type thing, but that also would tell you, okay, show us all our service plans that is actively paid for, but has not touched our towers since February the 1st, let's say, you know, and that should narrow it down a lot for all major carriers, any phone service carrier. The FBI should be able to get that information. Just something I think about.
Okay. You think the two kidnappers would know who this guy is, who is putting this stuff out there? And if they do, they're going to take him out. If they're really these badass, you know, alleged kidnappers, which again, I don't think they are. So why is he doing this? If everything you just said, and we're hearing from TMZ, et cetera, was true, go right to the source, meaning the sheriff's department or the FBI, and let them work this case. And they wouldn't go public with it, which they shouldn't. And that way this guy is safe. And his buddies or his colleagues, whoever they are, neighbors, and he knows where the body is and where it's buried, whatever, he'd be safe. So like virtually every communication we've heard of so far, we've never seen them. And as you know, along with being a profiler, I'm a forensic linguist. I want to see the actual language. That's what I want to see. Hearing snippets, hearing, well, someone said this and someone included that. Okay, what is the actual language being used? But even that aside for now, the content of what we're discussing, it doesn't make sense to me. Why would he risk himself for, and if I've done the math right, I think 1 Bitcoin today is worth like $61,000.
Yeah.
US dollars. That's not a whole lot of money to put your life on the line. So, and this guy may just be looking for a quick buyout. I'm not going to ask him for 10 million.
Says it in
they
the
may not pay
emails.
That. You know what? 61 grand wouldn't be bad though, you know, tax free, whatever. So I'll just ask for that. And if there even is a phone somewhere in some hole in the ground.
To your comment right there, David. The hell was that? Something just beeped. To your comment there, David. But you don't need service to use a phone to record video. This is true, but what does that also mean? That means the person had to be there and physically see it themselves to record it, right? So that means the people who are involved know who this person is. And just like he said, he's more likely to get his ass killed by publicly stating this stuff. You know what I mean? He's trying to sell them out. They were trying to get $4 to $6 million. And this guy's willing to give up the information against those people for $61,000 in a Bitcoin and sell them out for $61,000. You don't think they're going to come wax his ass? So, I mean, just my thoughts on it. No, Captain Obvious. So you're claiming the phone was used for non-existent emails. That's what the person who sent the emails to TMZ says. He has the information. He has video of her final day or final hours. And we'll go back to the email after this, but this person who's sending the emails to TMZ is the one who's telling us that he has the information on a phone that's in a secure location, and he's willing to provide that information or show the information for a single Bitcoin. So we'll go back and look at it here in a second, but I swear it's what we just read, that it was from an email. And let's see what the FBI profiler here says.
It'll be bogus with nothing on it. So, and I'll end it with this. The investigators would be remiss not to follow up on this. No ands, if, or buts. But they shouldn't be taking too much valuable time away from other leads they could be following, whatever they are at this point in time after, what are we talking, 4 months, 4.5 months at this point?
Yeah, almost 5, yeah.
So I don't see a whole lot in this. And again, why go to TMZ? Go right to the source if you're serious about it. They never did. And on top of that, and you were probably going to go here next,
TMZ, not a tip line. They were emailed to TMZ directly. They didn't go to like an FBI tip line and something like that and provide the information. They sent it to TMZ.
Said these 3 words in the first month or two. Now I'm modifying it a bit. Proof of life. Not game playing, machinations, something's hidden here, something's there. Now I'd ask for proof of death. If you want some money so we can recover the body, that's fine. Give us proof of death. And that could be done somehow. And so just like with proof of life. This has all been game playing, circular information. They may have, lucky guesses early on with, the watch on the floor or whatever, or what she was wearing. I just think all these letters are bogus, and they're undertaken by opportunists, and there's no one happier than the actual abductor. And you notice I don't call him a kidnapper. The actual abductor is the one happy. You say, oh man, whoever these goofy people are, they're taking the heat off me for a while. So that's a good thing. And that's where I stand. Kind of a wide-angled answer to your question, Brian, but I just wanted to get some of that stuff in up front.
Yeah, and I just wanted to kind of get the TMZ stuff out of the way. That obviously just happened. I'm honestly more interested in your thoughts on the first 2 notes, which seem to be the ones that the FBI and Savannah Guthrie are taking seriously. Starting with the first note, CBS News is reporting that it says, "Hello, Savannah," that it's addressed to Savannah. "We have your mother, Nancy." And we knew there, they asked for $4 million. We knew some of those details, but in terms of it being addressed to Savannah, "We have your mother, Nancy," where does your mind go on that?
First of all, and again, I'm not sure if this is the language in quotation marks, but there's no reason they'd have to identify Nancy as Savannah's mother. She knows who Nancy is. But again, this may be a paraphrasing of what the communication itself said. Again, where was the proof of life? If you're going to be taken serious, offer a proof of life. For-profit kidnappings are so rare in this country, not in some other countries, but in this country, Lindbergh, 1932, Frank Sinatra Jr., early 60s, the Exxon executive, 1992 in North Jersey. And both of those, both Lindbergh baby kidnapping and Sidney Riso, the Exxon exec, they both died I mean, the baby died probably coming down the ladder from the second floor in Hopewell, New Jersey, and they just buried him on the plot. Just one person, Bruno Hauptmann, on the in the Lindbergh property, and it was found a year later. And the same with Sidney Riso. He was shot in the arm like during the kidnapping itself, and he died 3 days later. But they kept it up, and they were sending his credit cards in the mail, his Exxon ID, so they could prove they had him. Of course, they weren't sending videotapes or audio tapes, but it was proof of life.
That's what I was
and the
saying,
FBI
Diamond.
knew to take that serious. Why are these, if they're kidnappers, why are they just playing games and not being very specific? I've also said before, leave a note when you're doing the abduction / kidnapping. Leave a note inside the house. That's and don't go to the police at all. Instead, they go to TMZ because they just want publicity. Maybe they want to put some kind of guilt or pressure on the family. Well, the media knows this, because the FBI or the sheriff's department most likely would not have released this. So, addressing it to Savannah makes sense, because I actually think, and I may have said this in an earlier podcast with you, Brian, and on our own Cold Red podcast with Ray Carr, that I believe this whole abduction was not about money. It was about a stalking of Savannah. He couldn't get to her, and what's the next thing he could do but steal her mother from her? The kids were too well protected, or they'd just be too difficult and deal with kids, whatever. And they took the mother. She probably did die early on. I was holding out hope for a while.
That's the case.
So now everything else coming out, it's
just me.
Opportunists from Arizona, from Eastern Europe, from Sub-Saharan Africa, wherever, taking advantage of this situation and trying to get something, even $61,000 out of the Guthrie family. But again, the police and investigators, FBI, should follow through on all of this, but I don't think it's going to take them anywhere.
So do you, again, putting the TMZ notes aside, because that seems like a different person, are you skeptical of the first two notes too, that Savannah seems to think could be real?
I am. And I have no compunction at all, I don't question at all Savannah wanting to believe they're real, and her family. They wanted their mother back. And I'm sure they collectively could have afforded the $4 million to pay for getting mom back. So of course they want to believe they're real, and they want to take every step and every precaution to work it out. But I'm glad, and unless we don't know the facts of the case, I'm glad from what we know that they never did pay any money to the kidnappers / abductors, because without proof of life, it just would have been nonsensical to do that. And I'm hearing there's some guilt out there with some of the task force members. Maybe they should have paid the $4 million up front. That's natural in task force. I've been in a few of them. Unabomb, people were upset when an interview was done in Playboy magazine, and then a marketing executive was killed like a month later. But it turns out he was planning this murder for 6 months, meaning the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski and others too. So there's I don't believe the investigators should feel bad about that. They had to play the cards that were dealt to them, and I think not paying the ransom was the right thing to do, because that would have been money lost, and there would have been no living Nancy or dead Nancy ever turned over to them. They would have vanished in the wind.
It's interesting what you said. I hadn't thought about this. Why wouldn't the person have left a note in the house? Which, if you put your mind in the mind of the abductor, would have maybe been safer too. You don't have electronics involved. There's no way to trace, an email address. It seems like that would have made sense. And you could leave somewhere to leave the money, I guess, in the note, or specific directions.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of old school. I'm sure how younger people would look at it, but it would certainly prove the person who came into that house and stole Nancy were there for a very specific reason. Here are the instructions. I worked the John Benet Ramsey case,
and there was none.
And we knew by the time I was involved, there was a 3-page ransom note. It was nonsensical because it really wasn't a kidnapping. The young girl was found in the sub-basement of the house 6 hours after the police showed up. But so it never was a kidnapping. But that note made a little more sense, explaining what happened, what's going to happen, how to how to wait for follow-up phone calls, things like that. And they could have, handled it with gloves and made sure no DNA or anything else on it, and no, paper marks, things like that. They could have written on some kind of a napkin or a leaf or something, just a piece of paper. We have your mother. We will call, or call this number. Something, of course, of a throwaway phone, a burner phone. Yeah, so that's really, if this was a serious commitment, that's the first thing that hit me. Again, because I don't think I ever worked, I helped with Sidney Riso case in Newark a little bit, and there was a Harvey Weinstein, not that Harvey Weinstein, there was a tuxedo magnate in New York, or I think in the year later in '93, a couple of his former employees kidnapped him, kept them in a hole in the ground, and I helped the NYPD. They were basically running with it, but I was sort of running interference with them. And we learned a lot about that case. And that may be one of the last, actual for-profit kidnappings in the U.S. I'm familiar with one in Norway in 2018. The woman's just missing, and there were notes left in the room, and there was attempts to pay money, Bitcoin, whatever. So they're so rare. And any experts that come out, and I'll throw myself in this category, I have a historical perspective of kidnappings in this country, but they're so rare and few in between that it's just hard to project what may be happening next. This seems to me, so it doesn't seem to be a kidnapping, doesn't follow any of the rules. And if it's an abduction, I think for highly personal reasons related to Savannah, she had nothing to do with it, nor her family, but someone liked her from afar. She didn't respond with the 8x10 glossy or the,
Thank you, Jill.
let them do the phone call one day after her Today Show stint.
And welcome.
And well, I can't get
welcome
her kids.
to the chaos.
I'll show her that she should have liked me early on and responded to me. That is the only thing I can think of that makes any sense in this whole matter.
Yeah, that's really been your hunch since the beginning. I mean, I remember the first time we talked about it. That's where your mind went.
Yeah, and new letters to TMZ doesn't prove anything to me.
Right.
And again, show that proof of life, show that proof of death. I'm willing to change. Profilers are meant to be altered and modified with new evidence. And of course, we don't have all the evidence on the outside. I said before, Brian, you probably have better sources than I do right now. I've been out, a number of years, but at the same time, no words coming out that there's anything about to break. I hope it does. And if it's some professional kidnapping ring, based in Europe, and they hired a local guy who maybe kind of screwed up, or they didn't predict that the mother was as sick as she was, meaning Nancy, and she died. But there is no reason they couldn't have carried out this kidnapping and attaining the money, even with her dead. That has certainly happened before, and certainly in other countries.
So let's just assume the notes are real, the two notes, because obviously that's one option here that the FBI has to consider, and it seems like they are considering seriously. The second note, where it told Savannah that Nancy died, and that wasn't the intention. Why would an abductor do that? And didn't ask for money, by the way, the second time.
The simple answer is the author is not the abductor. And there's some kind of just game playing going on here. And maybe if you're classless, or what's the word, psychopathic enough to sort of tease a family with something like this, maybe on second thoughts, well, let me make them feel a little bit better. And I'm not going to tell her where the body is because I don't know, but I'll just say, don't worry, she's dead. And at least she's not being tortured or uncomfortable, something like this. So maybe somewhere in their mindset, they feel they're doing a service to the family, and by saying, she dead, or she died, whatever, on the, I don't know, last day, or here's the last day of some video, whatever. But I found the term interesting, buried with nature, I believe is how, that's a more recent. Now. That's a more recent. But, when you think about it, Brian, you and your audience, we're all buried with nature eventually. I mean, we could be put in a lake or a pond. That's nature. We could be chopped up, put in the ground. Animals, you just hate to get graphic here. That's with nature. We could even be cremated in a way. That's nature. So you're not really saying anything there. It's a meaningless statement in that regard. and that she was not with us anymore was not intentional. Okay, so you want to relieve,
But he would have
whoever this
direct
person
involvement still,
wants
though,
to
David.
relieve a little bit of guilt, and but I'm still convinced they're not the actual abductors. They're just playing some mind game. They've got carefully computer systems and software which can carefully anonymize them, and they're not going to take it anywhere else. They're not going to be identified, at least I don't think. I hope at some point the FBI can get the technology to do that and identify where these are originating, but we haven't heard about that yet.
But again, if it is real, buried with nature now, and the now at the end, what does that mean? I mean,
we could, if I thought this was the actual,
This means they got rid of the body.
or arguably kidnapper, we could have a long discussion about this.
yeah. But you don't.
I don't believe it is. And I mean, again, if it comes out, this is the person that abducted her, and then she died on the first night, maybe the first hour, then okay, I'll say then this person knows a little bit more. But why even risk it at this point? Why put anything out there? There's really little risk of the person who's not involved in the abduction putting these things out there. This is like, a Dungeons and Dragons game or something, including the hidden burner phone in some safe place, whatever. And I'm kind of hoping they don't pay for that. Maybe it's worth 1 Bitcoin. I don't know. But that'll tell us a lot about the sincerity of these letters coming in. It may just be, if nothing else, close that aspect of the whole case out once they realize there's nothing in, one of these holes where the phone is supposed to be.
And I mean, again, I think the TMZ letters, the whole burner phone or whatever it is, I kind of look at that as separate.
Silver Star.
With the second letter saying she's dead, in your experience, do abductors ever feel guilt? Like, and also going back to your theory of the person maybe being like Savannah obsessed, would they then feel some way where they felt bad and wanting to tell Savannah that the mom died because they are Savannah obsessed?
Usually, no.
How many of y'all think that it's an obsessed fan? Or someone who has an obsession with Savannah? I mean, there's just a lot of things that, in my mind, that tells me I don't think so. Because, I mean, other things that, that's been discussed by various people, why would they go for the target that is an 84-year-old woman? I mean, and I know the discussion's been that Annie has a husband and child in the house and all that stuff, but she goes to the store. She leaves the house, I'm sure, by herself. I mean, people leave their houses without their spouses all the time. And if you were stalking her for this amount of time, I mean, you could have figured out her routine was to go down to her art studio or something like that. And it would have been a much easier target on her down there away from the house than it was to go to this house that's hard as hell to find and figure out that this is where Nancy Guthrie lives. There are just things that tells you, that makes me believe that it was somebody who knew Nancy's everyday routines. And that's not somebody who's just a stalker and monitors and watches and all that stuff. It's somebody who knew exactly where she was going to be, what time, what date. And I personally don't feel it was at her house. I know there's blood that was on the front porch and all that stuff, but I don't feel it was at her house. Y'all know where I feel it was at. I feel like she never came home. Allegedly.
There was a lot of pre-planning put into this, and their justification in the back of their head would be, well, I gave Savannah a chance to, continue this email string with me, and I asked for some more pictures of her signed, and she wouldn't do those Zoom calls with.
So like on his statement right here, when they're trying to put into your mind that there was a crazy stalker or something like that, don't you think that would have hit the news already? That executives went back through her email and they have this one person, FBI, I'm sure, has looked into all these, her chat, her email, her whatever history, and fan mail, things sent to her at studio headquarters and all that stuff. I mean, there was just, you would think that this would have already hit the news if that's what was going on, that there was this one suspicious person who was constantly saying stuff. And, that's why, I put on X, you guys that follow me, talking about Megyn Kelly. I'm careful that, I don't make anybody think that, I'm some Megyn Kelly stalker. So, I've said stuff about her on my stream. I've tagged her and stuff, and, put out things where she liked my posts and all that stuff. But you got to be careful, because people could take that as, something's going on, and all that stuff. My phone, my watch, and all that stuff is right here with me, and I ain't left the state of Oklahoma lately. So I'm just saying, you know what I mean? But it's just those kind of things that you would think they had looked into to see if there was anybody who has just pushed the envelope of stalker status. You know what I mean? So I don't need a stalker. No, I don't need a stalker, David. You just hush. I'll send some tornadoes up your damn direction.
Me, ever. And so, well, it just happens that the mother died. So I have no, it doesn't, really bother me at all. So this is Savannah's fault, is how they're thinking. If they're anywhere on the psychopathy scale, and I'm not sure they are.
I am in Oklahoma.
No remorse, narcissistic, lack of empathy. There's very little of that there. I remember reading in all the Unabomber's writings, not the ones he sent to the New York Times or his victims, but when we got inside his cabin, the only thing he ever regretted was putting his, I think it was his fourth bombing device. It went airmail from Chicago, I think, to Washington or something, and it went on an aircraft. And it did explode with an altimeter hooked to it, and smoke inhalation, hurt some people, but the pilots made an emergency landing. Everyone was safe. Years later, inside his cabin, in like some written, hidden messages that he wrote in code, he said he was always regretted trying to bring down an aircraft because it contained, mothers and grandparents and children, and that wouldn't have been fair to them. So he was happy that his bomb didn't go off. However, we got writings of his after his first kill in 1985 at a computer store, and he was proud as a peacock about that one, because this guy represented the evils of technology. I don't want to get all into the Unabomber case, but I'm just saying.
There's a lot of stuff on the Unabomber. This guy is a former FBI criminal profiler, and he did work on the Unabomber. He did work on John Benet Ramsey's case, and all that stuff. He's very knowledgeable. Don't get me wrong. And what I was saying about stuff he's saying, because he's a very knowledgeable and he knows his stuff type thing. There's a comment that I want to go back and try to catch. Saban says, if I can find it here, because I keep getting messages. Where's my business partner right here? She needs to come here and see this so she'll understand. It says, I'm not certain Nancy was as well liked as the family members want us to believe. Is that right? Yeah, as the family members want us to believe. Who do you think? Who are you? Are you saying that you don't think Savannah and Annie loved their mother type thing? And Cameron? I don't know how you say his name, but are you saying you don't think that they loved her as much as the family is wanting us to perceive based on information, or what are you saying there? Saban, I have been saying that with respect. I don't think Nancy was liked in her neighborhood. Makes you wonder about her neighbor up the hill, right? You know, and as crazy as it sounds, things like this happen in real communities and real people. I mean, somebody wants to be the neighborhood boss and the go-to and the, you know, everybody talks about the stay off the grass guy, you know. Women can be the same way. And if plenty of people have reported incidents of her saying, stay off my driveway or blah, 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 it don't take long to get that information out there as, damn, don't go around Nancy's house because she'll light you up or whatever. We see how certain neighbors up the hill to the left are towards other people that are in the neighborhood. So could you imagine somebody that they've had to live close to for a long time? So just imagine that. Let me see if my other chat window is working here. It is. Let me try. Let me see if I can do this here. See if it let me open this one and close this chat window over here so that I can change my view and see my chat a little better by having two screens over here. See how I'm moving this screen over here? Let me show you all this. So y'all understand the issues I have with chat here. Well, hold on. I just opened up a whole new thing here. I can see that much better. Oh, that's much better. I don't know what the hell you've been, why you been checking it out on because I'm on YouTube only over there. I was watching it from the multi-stream so I could see comments that come in from all the different channels. And I'm telling y'all, this streaming stuff is crazy stuff. So look, whenever I look at it like this is what I'm broadcasting. So again, you're seeing multiple layers through there because of the way it is. But you see how my chat is right here? So watch as I only see two comments. See how fast that goes in? So if I want to go up here and see what was just said, as soon as somebody sends a new message, let's say I'm going up here, I want to go back and read what Michaela has said. You see how it pops away? Now I go back up here and I want to see what Michaela said. So as soon as y'all send a new comment, bam, it pushes it to the bottom. I have to go back up there. That's why it takes forever to get through a comment, because this is as much as I'm seeing on the screen. And I know y'all are saying, well, blow up your screen. Well, yeah, it's still like that, but that's my problem, y'all. So this is the craziness of chat software and all that stuff. So that's what y'all eventually get to deal with, is y'all try to figure this stuff out. You're not a bitchy old lady, Michaela. Micah says, I just wish Nancy's friends would talk about her. Makes you wonder why they're not. And somebody made a comment earlier about something about Nancy, and to the effect of, gosh, I don't remember what it was. Something to the effect of how come, something about her demeanor and all that stuff. I've been screaming that a long time. I would love for us to be able to hear from that Uber driver that took her from her house over to Annie and Tomaso's house and tell us what her demeanor and what, she probably was saying stuff in the car. Was she mad and grumpy over the fact she was having to go over there, and for what reason? Or was she excited about, hey, it's my birthday and all that stuff? And so that brings me to another thought. Speaking of birthdays, if it was her birthday and they were celebrating her birthday that weekend, why was Savannah still in New York? If Cameron went out there for her birthday and Annie and Tommaso were there for her birthday in a celebration, and they were having a get together type thing, why would Savannah have not went out there also? Has anybody ever thought of that? And I mean, you know, hey, she's got plenty of money. It's not like she couldn't book a flight, and she may have had stuff going on. And I understand that she, you know, it's a possibility she just didn't want to go. But you would think that if there was a major thing occurring where, you know, especially whenever you get to the point where you don't know if that's going to be the last one, especially when your parents get up into that age range where you just don't know if they're going to have another birthday, you try to be at all those. And when you, to me, I would just think whenever you have the ability where money's not an issue, you jump on a flight and you go fly home for the weekend, you know, back to Tucson from New York City. Anybody else agree or disagree with that? So, I don't know. Let's see what they say the rest of this right here. We got about 6 minutes left of this. Let's see what the rest of it he says.
These people, if they're going to go to this extent, remember, this abductor didn't wake up Saturday at noon and say, you know what, I want to go out and, I don't know, kidnap Nancy Guthrie. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, or abductor. This was well planned, pre-planning. It doesn't always look it, I get it, walking around. That's why I don't think this guy ever did this before. He was a one-off because it was Nancy Guthrie, and that's what his real target was. And but it was successful. And I said from day one, it was a successful abduction. And you can criticize him staying there 40 minutes and, you know, out front by the camera. But it was if it ever was meant to be a kidnapping, it was a failed kidnapping. And these follow-up letters, those first two, subsequent ones, to me, are all just jetsam and flotsam, people taking advantage of a situation. They can make a quick buck, fine, just throw something out there. They think they're relieving the family of some kind of guilt or personal, you know, angst or whatever. I think that's the purpose behind them. But it's very likely that people sending these things had nothing to do with the actual abduction.
It's interesting. I get so many emails, especially when it comes to Nancy Guthrie. I mean, you probably do too. I mean, people are just so invested and fascinated by the case. But I got one from a podcast listener who said, as a bilingual person, English, Spanish, buried with nature sounds so weird in English. And the with sounds more like the way con is used in Spanish grammar. Is that, and you know, this is Arizona, we're close to Mexico. Maybe they're onto something, like that the person has Spanish as a first language or something like that.
Sure, and the use of the preposition. I even wrote it by mistake once, buried in nature. When I went back to the article, crossed out the in and put with. But what we have to be careful here is, and I go back to working the DC sniper case, and I was in the middle of that. I was dealing with Chief Moose every day on the task force. I was the profiler assigned. And the tarot card had on it only like 17, 19 words. And three of them were, call me God. And I saw that, and we wrote a 5-page report over that in the other language. It somehow leaked to the media. We don't know how, it certainly wasn't me. But when it went to the media, the quote was, I am God. And I knew they were wrong. I wasn't going to correct anybody. I'm still in the Bureau. It wasn't my job. And they brought all these theologians in and these expert, people with expertise in religious studies, whatever. And they're commenting for a week. What does it mean when someone says, I am God? And it turns out he never did say that. He said, call me God, which actually came from the movie Navy SEALs, in which the sniper on the team, they nicknamed him God because he had the power of life and death, of course. So it was all, we found that out later. So I just want to be careful. And I don't disagree with that person, with as opposed to in nature. And there may be Spanish language influences. That's why, besides being a profiler, I'm a forensic linguist. I would love to see the actual language in these communications. And I'm hoping the task force brought some forensic linguist on board, not just with a degree, but with experience in working these types of cases. And I had that starting with Unabomb and many other cases since then. And doesn't have to be me, it can be someone else out there, but this is, looking at the language is not necessarily for amateurs. There are nuanced features contained therein. That's how I help solve cases over the years, still do in my consulting business. So I'm just hoping they take the language more serious and maybe even consider publicizing it. Put it out there from beginning to end. They can keep something at the bottom, singular, that no one else would know, only the actual author. Maybe someone will recognize the writing style. They certainly did with the Unabomber and some other cases.
Yeah, and just last thing, that's a really interesting point to end on. I've wondered, should they be publicizing more? I mean, we found out that this note said she was dead because it sort of leaked out, but like maybe they should be putting more of the contents of these notes out. And also, maybe it would have helped people to know that she might be dead officially.
At the 6-month point, and we're almost there, I think the task force have to get their collective administrative heads together and say, look, we've got nothing. And maybe they do. And if they do, that's fine. And study the course. But if they don't, they may want to consider
Sounds poetic, don't
putting
it?
some of this information out. But again, we may identify the author of these early communications, and that would be fine. And we just find out that it's bogus and they weren't even directly connected to the case at all. Just hangers on or wannabes and just injecting themselves in the investigation for kicks and giggles. But I would always say, yeah, I believe in transparency. You can leave one sentence out, just something that's only the investigators know. So for copycat purposes, but maybe the 6-month point, have a little release for all of our sakes, and we can make something more of it. It's tough though, dealing with source information. You don't know exactly how accurate it is. And especially from a linguistic perspective, it's very important to have every word, the spelling, punctuation, spacing, semantics, and syntax layout. And that's what I would look for. And I have in the past, but I can't do much with this one.
Well, as always, I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you very much. I really appreciate James Fitzgerald for taking the time to talk with me. It's always so interesting talking to him with his expertise in his past. And again, it's been a wild week. I mean, there's been a lot of developments. I'll keep on top of everything, let you guys know if there are any new developments that come out over the weekend. And I really appreciate everybody for following along with me, for subscribing. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, so have you guys watched the story about the Unabomber? Does anyone that has seen it, do y'all remember how they caught the Unabomber? That guy right there, talking about linguist and specifically what someone says, how they say it and all that stuff. That is how they caught the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski. Ted Kaczynski, in his writings, they went back and they found some of his writings from school and all that stuff. And the way he specifically wrote a phrase, they tracked it back to dyslexia and some other issues that he had in writing back when he was younger and in college and stuff. And there was a specific phrase that he wrote in some of his notes, the old terminology of having your cake and eating it too. He wrote it backwards to the effect of you can have your cake and eat it too, instead of saying you can eat your cake and have it too. It was just weird how that linguist, Jim Fitzpatrick there, was able to, break that down. And that's why he's very particular and specific about words and how they're said and all that stuff. That's why they were talking about that stuff, because that is what he used. And again, that right there at the very beginning, at the ending, he was talking about the fact of breaking it down specifically word by word and how it's used in a sentence and all that crazy stuff. So simple things that simple minds don't think about. And that's the kind of stuff he hones in on. So pretty crazy stuff. But if you have not watched, maybe Caleb can help me there. It's I think it was a Netflix series, and it was about the Unabomber, and it was like a 3 or 4 video episode. But it is interesting, and you'll be glued. If you just need something to do, go watch the Unabomber. And that's what it was. And I think it was something to the effect of how we caught the Unabomber or something like that. But it goes over all that stuff, and it's very specific on how those linguists work and all that stuff. So those are some amazing people. Yeah, that was in there too. Yeah, it was. You see all the comments right there. Caleb and David was talking about different stuff that's from there. But again, if you have not seen it, go watch it. Go check it out. Make your brain just go wild. Yeah, as Jill says, rest in peace. We suspect that is the case. We hope that's not the case. We have no proof either way, So it's just wild. There you go. Caleb posted Manhunt Unabomber. That's what it was called. So if you have Netflix or whatever, you probably see it here on YouTube by now, I'm sure. But go check it out. I'm telling you, it was. I don't watch many TV shows. I don't watch TV much. I couldn't tell you the last thing I've watched on TV, to be honest with you. Matter of fact, I can. It was David Payne last tornado season, probably. So, other than that, I hardly ever watch TV. So, things come out and it has to be really intriguing to get me to sit and watch it. But I did watch that. So that was the latest episode from Brian Enton, talking about these letters. And again, since then, let me see what was that other, let me bring it off this screen for a second here. Oh, wrong one. Go back to a full screen view here so I can look up on this other screen, what I'm looking for here. But let's go, since Captain Obvious was talking about it, let's go see what. So this is a 4 minute 52-second video, just to make sure. No, we'll do that right now, Saban. Now this was for the video for the first letter email that they received today. So let's play it. Let me take it full screen for everybody.
June 26th, and we have received
Turn up a little bit.
Email from the man who says he knows who Nancy Guthrie's kidnappers are.
Email.
And can lead the FBI to those kidnappers for 1 Bitcoin. So the man writes that he has clearly been following things we've been saying, questioning the FBI telling us that the person who wrote this might be a female. The person does not say he's a male for sure, but he puts a big question mark there, and then also puts a question mark where we say we might be doing a documentary. So he says in this email that he is not, as he puts it, I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. He goes on to say, only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the one
Find it, Sarah. Find it.
calling to snitch on themselves. So he has said to us before that there were multiple kidnappers and there was a main kidnapper, but definitely plural kidnappers. He has said that before. In this email, which, by the way, we have sent to the FBI, he says that he has video. He has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper on what probably would be the last day of her life. That's the way he puts it here. He says, while what it contains is my definition of delivering it on a silver platter, a short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. He also says that he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the kidnappers. Now, he says he has that video in a phone, and the phone is turned off. It is in a secure, secret location, but a location easy to find if you know where to look. That's what he says. He doesn't say a safe deposit box, but he says easy to find if you know where to look. And he says that if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver, as he puts it, on a silver platter, exactly how to get access to this phone, including the password. So he did not, this is clearly the guy who has been sending us these emails, because he says that the Bitcoin address he gave us before is no longer working. And he actually wrote the Bitcoin address down, and it does match what we saw previously, and we've never reported that. He gives a new Bitcoin address, and he says he wants a Bitcoin, and in return, he will basically deliver access to that phone, as he puts it, on a silver platter. So look, we've sent it to the FBI, and this has become such a cat and mouse game. If this person is real, then go to wherever that phone is and get a screen grab of something proving that you're not a liar and somebody who is trying to inflict more pain on the Guthrie family. If you've got something, send it. I mean, you've been sending us more than a dozen emails. Send us something to show you're not a fraudster. We'll obviously send that on to the FBI. But if you have that information, I would assume, I don't know, but I would assume that they would play ball with you. But send us something, because there are a lot of fraudsters out there. And we have been open, and we were allowed to say this. We know the FBI is still looking for you, and they believe you might be real, but they must have enough doubt that they haven't paid you the money. And it's clear you're frustrated, but the question is, are you a fraudster? And send us something. Send us a screen grab of something that would allow authorities to say, this guy's the real deal, and maybe they will deal with you.
So, I mean, even Harvey had stated that, he would pay the money. He's willing to pay the money just to get the story for TMZ. So we all know that Harvey would be willing to do it. Say Megan's got a video out 8 hours ago. 6 hours ago is whenever the TMZ note come out. I'm not seeing a second one. So Sarah, if you can see it, let me know. I agree. I mean, why would you stoop to paying, just asking for $61,000 to prove something, whenever, if you truly, they were willing to pay $4 million, they told them they were willing to pay $4 million, but nobody ever produced the results. I mean, why would you not at least ask for $1 million? I mean, hell, you're doing all this through all these means that they're not able to track you so far. Why wouldn't you ask for $1 million into a Bitcoin? Even as Bitcoin, why would you not ask for a transfer of money through Bitcoin that way for $1 million type deal? So some 14-year-old in his parents' basement that wants a Corvette. Yeah, until them people start showing up and asking you all kind of stuff. FBI, open up! And then you're damn running upstairs going, Mom, Dad, I think they're here to talk to me. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy the way this these emails keep coming in, and they haven't figured out who it is, type thing. But I mean, I even thought about the fact that, the first couple ransom letters that came in that went to TMZ and to KVOA and all that stuff, you know, they were monitoring people that were potential suspects at the time, and they didn't see nothing. So we are dealing with smart idiots. Yeah, that's true. If it's real, maybe the person realized that up to 1.2 million reward doesn't mean he will get it. I don't know. Let's see here. Let me do it on the other screen here. Let's see if I can find it here. Where did it go? Oh, Xland. Here, I'll share. Since some of you guys are sort of coming in late, and we did show this at the beginning, I'll show this. Thank you, Diamonds. Gifted a thumbs up of 10 joules. I don't know how y'all do that stuff. Just saying. So this is on my X account. And this is what we discussed earlier. Now, this is the second email that came in today after that video right there we just saw from Harvey. This is the second email that came in to TMZ. And we're going to read this. I'll read this again, and then we'll go look, because Sarah told me to check my X. So she probably has tagged me in the next part that we're going to watch. So, and again, this is from one of our friends on X, Thinking in Cases, Criminal Psychology. If you're out there watching, or you're in the chat, this is what they put out. So new, another email sent in the Nancy Guthrie case. According to TMZ, the sender sent a second email today stating they're afraid of being caught by the kidnappers and insist they're not involved, but claim they know who he is. So what that statement right there is saying, and again, this is Thinking in Cases information they're putting out. What they're saying is that person was not involved in the whole thing. They just know the information. So obviously, based on that statement, they weren't there during the incident. So how did they get video on their phone? Which means if they weren't there to record it, how did they get that phone with that recorded information on there, whether it's sent via text or blah, 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 you know? Yeah, so you just have to sit and think about all those different things. In the latest message, the sender also says they won't accept or touch any of the reward money until the kidnappers are caught. So stop and think about that for a minute. So if they send you 61,000 in Bitcoin and you received money, how are they to guarantee that you're going to provide them the information, which is probably why they haven't sent or did the Bitcoin yet, because you haven't provided them, just like Harvey's saying, you know, take us a screenshot just to show that you have the information, and they'll forward it to the FBI to verify that they have it. Then the FBI would send the 61,000 in Bitcoin to the same confirmed wallet, you know, information. And then this could proceed, but the ball's back in their court now. Okay, we've done this. Now you know, send us something to show that you've got the information, and we'll work with you. Type thing is what they're saying here. So these are significant claims, but at this point they remain unverified. If the sender truly has evidence that could help locate Nancy or identify those responsible, investigators will be focused on determining whether these claims are credible. The biggest question now, if you know who did it, why continue emailing the media instead of providing everything you have directly to the FBI? And again, I think that goes to what we were saying earlier about, you know, they're probably worried they're going to be tracked or something. So let me go over here and see if I can find the rest of the part here. Okay, so let's go to
email.
This part right here. Switch back over. And this is what Sarah just sent me. Again, thank you very much, Sarah, for helping me out. Where's that screen at? There we are. So now I'll play this part right here. This sounds like it's going to be the second part, the second email's response from TMZ onto that. So this is 7 minutes. So here we go.
Welcome to TMZ Live. We have received another email
I
from
appreciate
the
you.
man claiming that he knows who the kidnappers are in the Nancy Guthrie case, and he has given more detail than ever as to what information he will provide in return for 1 Bitcoin.
And he's provided the kind of information. He's basically described where this information can be found if he gets this Bitcoin. And we've said this before. Every time we get another one of these
From the same guy.
from the same guy, and we always can authenticate it's the same guy because he's using the Bitcoin address, the same Bitcoin address, which we've never ever published anywhere. So that's the only place.
It is the same guy. So look,
Yeah.
he says a bunch of things. We're going to give you the highlights. Number one, he says that I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. Only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones calling to snitch on themselves.
So his point being, those 2 people who are involved, they're not going to put that tip there. They're only.
So, I mean, if we keep that in our minds for future reference, now this tipster has said that there's only 2 people involved. So let's just write that down in our notebooks that we have a verification from someone. We haven't verified that it's factual or true, but this tipster, if this tip stuff pans out, they're saying there's only 2 people involved. And that's what they just said in the email. Yeah, I mean, Captain Obvious. I mean, you forgot the S. That's how obvious the Captain Obvious is not. But, and I've seen the name in other people's streams. I'm just saying. So if you can't join the program, and I understand your stating your facts and your opinion and all that stuff, but you're obviously against anything and everything that we're showing and proving here. So, I don't know what to tell you. You probably should sell the farm and everything else with it, because whatever we tell you is not going to be beneficial to you. I mean, you're saying it came in on tip line. They're telling us, they're the people who gets the damn emails. They're telling us that it came in an email. So, I mean, would you like us to bring a stamp over and knock it into your head and stamp it in there for you that says email, not tip or blah, blah, blah. So your statements can, I don't know. Can you email TMZ? Go try. Well, I'm sure they have an email address somewhere. I'm sure they put it out. Matter of fact, I know I've seen Harvey put it out. If you have tips or whatever, send them to this email thing. It's an email. It's their tip line. They've set it up for those requests specifically, right? Just saying.
They're the only ones who actually know where Nancy's body can be found.
So he's saying he is not the person who sent in that recent tip. However, I will tell you that several emails ago, he said that she was taken to Mexico. And he also said there were multiple kidnappers and a main kidnapper. Here, this is the first time he said the number 2.
Right.
So we now know there are 2 if he's to be believed at all. And believe me, we're going to get into that.
I just said that, right?
So he says this. He says, I have a phone stashed in a secure location, guaranteeing both the information it stores and the safety of the phone. What it contains is my definition of delivering on a silver platter. So he's saying he has a phone with information. He goes on to say that he says that there is, quote, a short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. And that's critical. I mean, he's now saying, I have a short video, and it will show you not just Nancy, but her main kidnapper. And
that image is obviously priceless, especially to the FBI and especially to Savannah and her family.
Not priceless to him. He has a price, and the price is 1 Bitcoin. So he is saying that if he gets 1 Bitcoin, he will lead authorities to where this phone is. It is currently, he says, turned off, that it is in a secure location, but in a place that is easy to access once you know where to look. And he will supply the password, and he is asking for 1 Bitcoin.
Now, what's also interesting is that he is clearly has been keeping up on the news, is responding because we talked about it this week. But he says that these kidnappers are onto him,
Right.
that he has basically been on the run from them. And he's very much concerned for his own safety at this point.
Okay, so just off that statement right there of what they're talking about, if this guy really feels for his safety, why would you not go to the FBI and request protection, turn the information over so they can get those guys off the street, and then you can collect $1.2 million, instead of just 61,000. It don't make sense, folks. I mean, play that through your mind. Why would this person who has the information and truly believes that he has the information on who this was, why would they not be the person that goes to the FBI and gets the reward money for cracking the case? How does that make sense? Why would you take 61,000 for a single Bitcoin when you can go to the FBI, tell them the information, and they can get you the reward money? It's not like that you're going to have a damn camera on you when you come pick up the reward money and all that stuff. They'll set it up so that nobody knows it was you who got the reward money type thing. As far as I know, right? It don't make sense why someone would think 61,000 is better than $1.2 million.
And he wants the Bitcoin to go underground until the kidnappers are caught, he says. So, look, we have obviously forwarded this like we did the others to the FBI, and they have acknowledged receiving it, and they are looking into it. I spoke with somebody from the FBI a couple of days ago who said, and this really surprised me because they had gone radio silent on us about this guy for about a month, but they called me back a couple of days ago and said that they had a lead on who this person might be, and that they did not want us to do a documentary or anything like that, because we had even offered, look, maybe we'll pay the Bitcoin, do a documentary, see where it leads, and obviously work with you. They told us, stand down. We're working on that right now.
We're working on it, and that they felt that they were getting closer to this person.
So, look, it is really confusing because on the one hand, they seem to have spent a lot of time trying to find this person. On the other hand, a Bitcoin is worth about $60,000.
I think less than that now, but yeah.
A little less.
Yeah.
And so why not roll the dice? And so we put a social media post out because he seems to be watching all this stuff and said, look, we don't know if you're a fraudster or not. Give us something, a screen grab of Nancy got 3.
And this is how you know that he is watching all of this, because within an hour of that post going up on social media, he sent another email explaining that he is not going to do that. And the reason he's not going to do that, send a screen grab or take any photo, said, I don't want to go to the phone. If I turn it on and I take a photo, or there's metadata that comes along with that photo. If I give you a screen grab of the image that's actually on the phone, there's metadata that's involved there. So anything that I send you like that can be traced.
So we don't know. I mean, look, we don't know. The thing is, we can't get in touch with this guy directly. His emails don't work. And I know that the FBI has tried as well. And as far as we know, they've not been able to crack that. So it would seem that if the FBI really wanted to pay that, the only way they can do it is if they called us and said, look,
well, no, they could put. They have the Bitcoin.
They have
address.
the Bitcoin. Well, they have the Bitcoin because he gave us a new Bitcoin address,
yes.
but we sent him the email with that.
Right.
So they could.
So they have it, and they could put the money in.
But then who's he going to contact?
What do you mean?
Who's he going to send the information to?
You can do the same thing. You can send an anonymous email
To?
Well, it would have to come. I mean, the FBI. Does the FBI have an anonymous tip line?
I don't know.
They must. The FBI has an anonymous tip line.
So I don't know.
So you could send it either to the FBI or to us.
Yeah, I don't know where he would. And again, this is what's so puzzling, that the family was willing to pay $1 million, and the ransom demand was $4 and then $6 million. And this is $60,000. And the fact that they're not paying really makes you question the authenticity of this guy.
Right.
On the other hand, why is the FBI spending so much time trying to figure out who this guy is? So honestly, we just don't know. We're telling you what we know.
That's exactly what I said. To the point of, why would they not, how they're not, coming up with a way to contact the guy or finding him and all that good stuff through the backdoor channeling of the emails and all that stuff. But, they just explained that he sends them a new address and they have to send their replies back to, the email another way, but they can't email him directly. So it's just weird. Well, I think, Jill, I think that's maybe why the elderly friends of Nancy's are sort of not wanting to interview and all that stuff. I mean, as bad as it may seem, and we appreciate being able to hear it, I'm sure the lady is concerned about her voice being out there just making the statement she did to the interview room to Chris and Karen, so I don't know. No, that's not the case. It's the National Park Service, David. There's so many. I was reading Caleb's comment, and there's just so many reasons why it makes you ask all these questions. And every time you think you're heading in the right direction, something new comes out. Just like now. I mean, we know that based on what this guy's saying, there's only 2 people involved. So we know 2 people. A bunch of emails. I put that on X the other day, something about, well, based on what we know now, and it's before these 2 emails today, we went back and we reevaluated ransom notes from 5 months ago. It'll be another 5 months and we'll get the information on what was said in the 3rd ransom note type thing. So who knows at this point? Who knows? Okay, so what do we want to talk about? Trying to think about what some of the other discussions were. Well, and so you stop thinking about that, Saban. How would a 3rd know about it? Obviously, if what he's saying is true, that he has video and blah blah blah, and he feels the people are after him, something this high of a profile type thing, you would think those people would really, really be looking for the person with that information. And I mean, and he's in hiding or whatever, running from them. For me, I just don't see how he thinks. I mean, unless he's fled to another state. But I mean, that's still, people will track your ass down. It don't matter where you're at. We were just messing with the troll. He's blocked for 24 hours. Damn, Captain Obvious, you went and got yourself blocked, didn't you? Anybody want to jump on? Let me know if y'all want to jump on here. Let me check my notifications real quick and see what we got. Oh, I put out a little AI request for all you friends that have not hit it up on X. I put out one of my little images of me and all that stuff for a new AI class for y'all to make an image for me from my YouTube. I'm just putting it out there. You never know where that thing may be seen. So if you make me an AI image using Grok or Chat GPT, and it has to have my YouTube channel name in it, and you put it out there of everything you know about me from my YouTube streams and all that stuff, or from X, you can get some of the information from X, and you make me an AI image with that information on there. You never know where it might show up. This is the whole purpose of it, Michaela, to get you to use it and teach you how to use it and learn how to put those comments in there. Hey, just so y'all know, Caleb is here tonight and he's in the chat, and he can come on and he could show y'all all about that there Chat GPT stuff. He's a wizard at that stuff. I saw it and was intimidated by the program at the time. Are you saying you're working with it now? Oh, he called y'all stupid? He didn't get that wrench over the head, did he? Sound like he did. So, yeah, it's an AI contest, David. I've got, I think, 5 or 6 submissions so far. 4 of them are from the same person, and they're all pretty damn good. I like them. I'm just saying. Caleb's my son. If you're going to be crazy, then Caleb will boot your ass. Just be aware. Yeah, I do have a couple of good submissions. Oh, there's I thought maybe some other ones going on there. Yeah, I'm going to use them. I'm going to use them to do all kind of different things. It could be a YouTube channel background deal. You just never know where you might see it, y'all. So if you're wanting to test your Grok and Chat GPT or whatever, all these other, I think Alex says something about he uses something called Copilot all the time. So go test out your skills and see what you can come up with and see what we can do. That's weird. There ain't no timer running down here, so it's not recording. That's weird. But we're right at 2 hours right now. Stranger things have happened, especially on your first stream of the YouTube adventure. I can see myself now. You, I, I don't doubt that it is not a Crazy Friday in the Key West. What the hell did I just do here? Hold on 1 second here. Some people like the live videos from Key West. A lot of y'all know that I watch a lot of the live streams from Key West, and we have fun with it. And so, sometimes we just bring up those streams and we just talk about this, that, and the other. And if I can get to it, I'm going to talk to my IT guy and have him bring me up some other views. This is the actual southernmost point, by the way. This is the temporary southernmost point, by the way. You gotta get the right shot there. There's a new one I have never seen pop up on the screen. So, there you go. Well, I see Miss Cheryl super chatted. Thank you, Miss Cheryl. She was the one I was speaking of under her pseudo name of Liberty and Justice for All. She sent me 4 options on X. And yet, I think it was yesterday. If we go back and look, I might have to just post it just to remind her that she was saying, I don't know how to use this Grok and this Chat GPT stuff to make pictures. And now she's working. She's working on it, y'all. She's doing damn good too. But thank you, my friend Cheryl. I appreciate you. Just testing to make sure all them buttons are working for me, huh? Oh, and I see the message down here. It doesn't show the message to y'all. Did it show y'all that? Oh, it does too, right there. And it makes the comment over there, but I'm seeing it down here on my little screen right down here that y'all are not seeing. But she says, happy anniversary, happy birthday, and happy monetization week. Been a good week, y'all. Is she trying to hold the moon up or what? Oh, he, she. Oh, we got some marshmallow highs there. All these funny things. Again, I've never seen, I don't know anything about all this stuff. What do you do? Just type something over there in the chat and it pops up? Since Captain Obvious wanted to call me out on not knowing how to do any of that stuff, I'm here to learn too. You just type a certain word, or what do you do? How do you get those things to come up? I mean, you can see tie-dyed girl, she typed marshmallow high, but do you have to put the exclamation point in front of it to do that? Oh, this thing's not even showing live. Let's skip a little bit here. Yeah, again, unfiltered. I'm unfiltered on X. She posted something about that earlier, and so did JLR put it out? So let's see what. Yeah, that is right. Short stuff. That's where JLR was at the other day. It's in the gift box down below. Well, I don't see any of that stuff. You talking about down here somewhere, like on the normal YouTubes and stuff? Because again, I'm not seeing all that stuff on my side. I don't see. I guess I have to search it over here. Let's see what JLR says. Okay, let me bring this over here, and I'll share it with y'all since it is visible now. Let me change back to my view here. Dadgummit. I got too many buttons going on over here, folks. Okay, so this was the last thing before I started my stream. Right here's the last thing I'd seen on his screen. So he did post an hour ago breaking: Pima County is dismissing the criminal charge against 857 Tucson. And why do y'all think that is? Good night, Beans. Love you. Why do y'all think that is with Damien? Do y'all think they listened to the interview room? But as you can see right here, I can't move it over. Let me move it up a little bit so y'all can see the rest of it there, where it does say assigned judge Honorable Victoria Steele, and they removed the rest of his name and all that stuff. It is Damien 857 Tucson, as we all know him. On 6/26, which is today, an application order dismissing the complaint 4 days before his hearing. So there you go. It is, and it says right there, Pima County is dismissing the criminal charge against 857 Tucson. You go on up here, and his comment is, now drop those charges against the Juice and criminal networks before you get embarrassed. So that's what he was. That's what he did post. So I haven't talked to Damien or, any of that stuff to see what he's saying. Just for the record, and seeing what short stuff just says, they're afraid of a lawsuit. I think they realize that they still can get a lawsuit. Hold on one second here. I got something going here. Oh, Duval Street. I think they'll still get a lawsuit. I mean, they can still sue. I mean, it was put out there to the world, all the shit that he's had to go through over it, just to, to shut him up and silence his voice and all that stuff. But we all know in the long run, it didn't do that. It only made things louder and prouder coming out of all those guys. And so, it's one of those things where, oh, Nanas is trending. I do too, Cheryl. And I think if they're smart, they'll really consider, Alex has got a little bit of a tougher fight just because of the resisting part. But again, Juice's, just because he had a citation, which was an arrest, same thing Juice got the first time was what Damien got the first time. And they didn't tell Juice, couldn't be there and all that stuff. That's per his video and on his live and all that stuff. And they come back second time, they arrested him, took him to jail. No different they did to Alex, but You know, Alex had the little bit of resisting part, and that was a big discussion, you know, in that whole interview room thing about the resisting the arrest and all that stuff. But if it's an unlawful arrest to begin with, they're going to end up having to drop the charges on the resisting too. You know, if they're smart, they will get a resignation soon. Let's see if they have a brain between them. You know, and I wish it would go to court so we can get the truth about everything that was called in and all that stuff. And I know, you know, everybody wants the charges dismissed and blah, blah, blah. We all want that. But we still want to see it all come out in a court case to the point where even in a civil case, you know, I think discovery and all that stuff would lead to some information having to come out for them to be able to prove their case against the sheriff's department and all that stuff if they filed a civil lawsuit against them. In which, just saying personally, me, I would be filing the damn lawsuit. We'll all be driving down Zabel Boulevard for sure and probably get something over in the neighborhood of Bradshaw Street. So, you know, personal FanDuel account owned by Pima County Sheriff Chris Nennis was accessed and released. Assessed, meaning I guess somebody looked into it. Yeah, user FB5MR13H. Get past the criminal charges first, then the civil suit, and hopefully a class action. Yeah. There's definitely some things there they've got going on. I mean, if all the other stuff that's, you know, and the same thing with Juanita, I mean, yeah, hers is a little bit different type of case also, you know, in the fact that she was physically part there and all that stuff. But the lawyers would have to decide what's just and unjust for that whole situation as well. So, Cheryl says that information will come out the second they remove him. Oh, I guarantee it. Y'all know them damn walls will talk as soon as he's no longer in charge, or maybe even second command, if that's who they were talking about on the interview room. I think there still be some carryover, even if Nanos was to be removed. Some of the other people that are there that are higher up in the brass would still have his same tendencies and all that stuff. So it may take a few more people to be removed, but people will start talking as soon as they know that Nanos is out of there type thing. But she says there's still wonderful people sitting in the corner waiting on a chance to speak about it. Oh, I guarantee there is, you know, and just like we've all said, you know, those line officers got put in a very tough situation. And luckily the one officer who did write it in his report, I'm amazed that he hasn't been terminated yet, but he would be riding in the same vehicle as everybody else that's filing lawsuits, because he would definitely have a reason to file a lawsuit for himself. I don't think they will flush them out like toilet water. It only takes a strong replacement. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's probably gonna be some loyals up and all that stuff. But you know, you really, when you start thinking about all these things, it really makes you wonder about the guy who offed himself after getting indicted and all that stuff. And you really wonder if he wasn't silenced based on what he knows or whatever. So, you know, I don't know enough about the case, so I can't speak on it. But yeah, you immediately start thinking about those kind of things and wondering what all really did happen. So that county is like, and I know it does say country, but I know she corrected it. That county is like a complete circus. Yeah, it takes a minute to go back and figure out where I'm at, y'all. So, good night, Michaela. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate all those sticker things you smacked all over the place and smashed us with and all that stuff. And eventually I'll learn about all those stuff. So I appreciate you for being here. Liam Belinsky, howdy. Just want to drop in and wish you a happy birthday and a congrats on getting monetized. Good job. Appreciate it. I mean, not that we're buying something big anytime soon, because that's not the way it is, but hey, it takes time. And I can't do it without all you guys here. Guys and gals, don't be turning sexist on me. All you peoples, you fine peoples that are here with me. We're only going to go up from here. It takes time. I mean, maybe you have the ability to start a YouTube the first day and just like skyrocket it, but I'm not that guy. I can tell you all that. But yes, I appreciate every one of you guys that stop in and say hello and visit and hang out and just be you. I said it last night and I'll say it again. It's hard to go live when other people are live also. For instance, Alex or Damien or JLR and all that stuff, because I know that's how we all met, is you guys met me through going on JLR stream and all that stuff. And I like to watch his stream also. So it's not like I'm trying to take anybody away, and it's not like I can. Y'all are over there watching his stuff. So I think mine's going to become the hangout. When y'all are done with all your normal streamers that you watch, we'll invite everybody over here to the hangout, and we just talk and discuss anything we want to in the hangout in the cave. So that's another thing that I have the ability to start memberships and all that stuff. But hell, I don't know nothing about that stuff. People want to be members. Hell, you have to sort of offer them something and all that stuff. I'll eventually figure all that stuff out and offer memberships and all that stuff. But I mean, $1.99, you get a jug of sweet tea or something from me signed or something. I don't know about all that stuff. So, well, I'm glad, it's crazy. I have like 38,000 followers on X, and I have less than 3,000 subscribers here. So I'm not doing something right. But we'll get there. What the hell is there's a crazy ass cat down here clawing up some stuff, y'all. It's a good thing they haven't like torn into my leg thinking it was a tree or something. I think for one of the things I'm going to do for my membership thing is and I sort of did this with my subscribers and it sort of fell off type deal, is maybe print things like, y'all's favorite, the big old bird finger or something like that, and then do a giveaway type deal at some point or something like that, or give away something else that I've done in my airbrushing and all that stuff type deal. I just have to have y'all's help. Y'all have to tell me what y'all know and seen on other people's things for their memberships. What do they give away? I mean, hell, I'm the most important thing that I can give away to you, so I'm here. You're getting it. What else could I give you? So, again, those AI images may come in handy. So keep giving, keep making them. Take a picture of me right now. and make me a photo or something. Do something with it. I guess I can leave the camera, huh? Yeah. Good conversations are important, but at some point, it's hard to talk to yourself. I mean, I can read the chat and all that stuff. So anybody wants to come on and just hang out and talk with me? Talk to how many ever people we got in here? It's how you start. So if you want to do that, let me know. I'll drop you a link. I can reduce it down in size. I mean, and that's the biggest thing, you know, whenever you're doing all these different prints and all that stuff, you have to think about, well, where in the hell am I going to put that at? I mean, because y'all seen that hand, right? That's hard to do whenever you're that way. That hand right there, that thing is probably 12, 18 inches tall, sitting there on the ground. It's a middle finger, flipping the bird. So I can make them in different sizes. Hell, I can make it as so tall it'll be taller than ET sitting over there. It just takes a lot more filament and all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, it might be easy whenever you only got like 10 members, but whenever you start getting up there in members, it becomes harder to, you know, even printing stuff. I've got over there on the shelf behind me, a little Captain Caveman person. No, I've got a little ET. Yeah, a little ET that I printed. It's the same as that one that's right there behind me. For anybody that's new here, there's a big life-size ET right there, tip of my finger up underneath that cabinet. But it's made out of the same file as that. It's only about that tall though, you know, so I can print stuff at different sizes as giveaways and all that stuff. So may do something like that. May do one of my signed photography photos on canvas type deal, 16 by 20. Now that we can do it here on YouTube instead of just on my X subscribers. What, the ETs? I was gonna say I can share the file with you. I download my stuff from Maker World mostly. Lots of creators have membership only streams once in a while, and one idea would be to airbrush on a stream. I think lots of people would find that extremely intriguing. I know I would. I've tried it. I've tried to airbrush, and of course, it was while I was learning how to airbrush, and I still am. I try stuff all the time, but yeah, I mean, I could do some members only videos and stuff like that. But yeah, keep dropping those ideas to me because you know I need to know what y'all think, and you know if you want to drop me an email, you can use my email for the Captain Kevman chatbot at gmail.com. And one of the mods will drop the link there in the chat, and you can email me information, ideas, price wise you think's fair and reasonable, blah blah. Because I mean, you ought to seen some of those numbers in there that you can charge for membership per month. Hell, it's like all the way up to $499.99, $499.99. People can charge up to their memberships a month. You better be coming over to my damn house for $4.99 a month. That's $499, not $4.99. So yeah, it's say did they post it? The link. Yeah, I mean, Dawn, you can email me at that email also, and then I can share some different files with you and all that stuff. We're going to make one. Of course, Caleb, he's already went to bed, but we're gonna make a section there in the cave to for doing our different STL files and whatever files, 3MFs and all that different stuff. And we'll do that stuff. So let me see if I can. I'll grab it because I do have it open over here. Oh, remember, I got to try to see if it'll let me copy it. It's all lowercase, CAPT. If somebody wants to type this out for me as a chat thing, CAPT KEVMAN CHATBOT at gmail.com. That's capt kevman chatbot at gmail.com. Because it won't let me, it let me copy it, but then it won't let me paste it into the chat as that. So I don't know. Yeah, for $4.99, I expect value to knock me off my feet. Oh, hold on. Hell, I can type it down there. It's again, it's all lowercase. I don't think it matters. There it is. Just email me, and you can. You see how it comes from all my damn accounts whenever I do it, because I'm logged into what, 4 different. I'm streaming on 4 different accounts right now. So, but yeah, that's the email I'm gonna start using for everything, all this kind of stuff. That way I can keep my personal stuff separate from my business stuff. So anything, if you want to send a tip, as in, here's some information, you can send it to there. You can contact me. You can ask questions there, whatever. Just, use it. Whenever I send out links for, anybody that wants to come on stream and chit chat it up, you send me an email there. It says, hey, I want to go live with you type thing. Whenever I'm live for that session or whatever, just send me a thing that says link, please, or something like that. And we'll go that way. Did I show y'all my Aussie print? I did the other night. I see Tie-Dye's comment. My friend made my husband an Aussie 3D print. I made a few different kind of Aussies. There was a ton that hit the files whenever Aussie passed. There was a bunch. So back at you, Minnesota. Oh, that reminds me. Where's our friend that had the dog problem last night? I had to give my service canine clonazepam and a calming amino acid to help simmer him down. Did my comment get skipped over again? Where the hell are you at now here? And see, I sit here and I read this and I'm like, how many times are you going to type that? And it's because somebody else comments and it takes me back to the bottom, and I'm thinking I'm back over here trying to find your comment. And I showed earlier that y'all's view and my view is a whole lot different. Did I miss the contest for your channel banner? Dang it, I dozed off. No, you got a couple of time. A little bit of time. I'll keep it open for a couple of days. And then I'll show them all like I did last night on my stream, all my entries that people send in. We'll take and we'll show them all on the stream and all that stuff. Unless you don't want me to show yours, and just let me know if you tag me on X on it. And you can send them to those emails too. If you make one, if you don't have X and you see me on Facebook or just YouTube type thing, you can email that to straight to my email if you want to do it that way. Who was it? Sorry, I was reading that comment. Who was it last night? With the little doggy issue. I don't remember who it was. Anybody help me out there and remember? See, I got you damn thinking, Donna, huh? That's awesome. Oh, somebody else sent me a comment. Where the hell am I at here? I got to see myself before I can see what y'all are doing. No, submit as many as you want. Again, it's a valid request for me to ask y'all to do it because I want it to come from all you guys. Submit as many as you want. Submit them all. Like I said, somebody's already submitted 4. And they're good. I mean, you've seen some of them on X too. Daggum, this camera's moving. Watch it. That camera's tripping out, y'all. But yeah, anybody that wants to make one, feel free. I'll give it a couple days. It's not something that's got to be up today. We'll keep it as open as however long we need to. I am in slap dab in the damn middle of this place down in Norman. You know, South Central, Normantown. I'm 10 minutes away from OU Stadium. You know, the Palace on the Prairie. Tie-dye, use I posted on my X earlier some of the pictures. You can take a picture. Like I said, if you wanted to find a photo here on my stream and copy and paste that into Chat GPT or Grok. I use Grok just because I use X a lot and I pay for it and all that stuff. So I use Grok over there. You can use Grok Imagine if you web search it and just type in Grok, Grok, Imagine. And then you just drop your photo into there and you tell it what you want to do. You can take and make a photo, an image, or you can make a little video clip and you can keep extending it out up to 30 seconds, you know. And that's a process it takes a little while to learn. But you just drop it into there and you tell it what you want to do. And make, no, I'm not even going to say that because one of you favorite friends of mine will do it. I was going to say something funny, but no. Y'all have to imagine yourself what you want to say. Yeah, just go to my X and you'll find images. I think one's the one I use for my X profile photo. You know, the caricature photo of me. And then the ones with a Grok image that was made into like a photography thing. It's got a pickup truck in the background and all that stuff. So again, my ask is that you put my YouTube channel in there somewhere and then just generate whatever your thoughts and ideas of what you think of me, the things you've seen me do, whether it be airbrushing or e-biking or whatever it is, whatever you want to include, just tell it what you want the image to do and sit back and watch. It's crazy stuff. You'll be making all kind of stuff. All kind of stuff. Cheryl has submitted quite a few. And for somebody who just yesterday had never done it, I can't get her to stop now, y'all. And it's good stuff. She's putting out some funny and good stuff. Amazing stuff. And look, I'm just me. Imagine what some of her friends that really is going to damn spark her interest on making something funny about her friends or something like that. Not that she's not my friend. She knows she's my friend. But I'm just telling y'all, same thing with Peggy. Peggy's going to do some funny stuff too. So I'm just saying that there might be people who see stuff from their family members here around Christmas time of some funny, hilarious stuff that they observed throughout the year or whatever. You, how long? Tell us, Cheryl. Once you got started, how long did you sit there and go, "Oh no, I want to do this," and then you change this, and you're like, "Oh hell, now let me try this," you know? And next thing you know, you're sitting there making all kind of images of all kind of stuff, and you can't stop. You know, for those that follow me on X, hell, I did a video on Kiki, the model that came out to Nancy Guthrie's house and all that stuff, with me taking photos and all that stuff, and then she shows up, and then you can do all kind of stuff. All you do is just, I mean, anybody that you want to add to your image, you just drop a photo of them and tell it what you want that person to do. Yeah, you can't be asking Grok that kind of stuff, Cheryl. It's not good for him. So, well, daggum, Miss Katie Baby's here. She just dropped a big one on us there, a super chat. Thank you, Miss Katie. Hey, I got a little signal in here in these. Hold on. That's right. You're on vacation, ain't you? I got a little signal here in these mountains. Doesn't happen very often. Congratulations. Thank you. It's all because of you guys. It's all because of my friends stopping in and saying hello. Exactly, Don. I use ChatGPT from my 3D printing group on Facebook to make my banner. Bouncing on a roller coaster broke its gigabits. Yes. Thank you, Katie. Thank you for stopping in and getting signal and holding it just so you can get that to go through and say hello and let everybody know that you're all right and you're having fun wherever you may be, or maybe you're standing there holding one leg up just to make sure you get the antenna in the right position. But we thank you for stopping in. Exactly, tie-dye. Sounds fun. I already make tons of crafts, so why not learn something else? It's it's addicting, I'm just telling you. One thing I've tried, and maybe Dawn, you'll have to help me out. I've tried to make 3D models from it and all that stuff from different things. You know, like take a 2D image and try to tell it to turn into a bust. 3D model type thing, and it didn't do too well. So you may have to tell me your little secret if you can figure it out. Matter of fact, I had something finish on the 3D printer earlier. Wait till y'all see my latest print. I don't know, you can sort of see it back there. I've got it sort of camouflaged where y'all can't really see it too well. It's right there. But as long as my camera don't change too much of its exposure, you shouldn't be able to tell what it is. But I've been printing that for the last 2 days, and that damn thing, I'd ready to sling that son of a bitch across the room, y'all. It made me mad multiple times. So I had to end up printing a couple of the parts again. And then I'll start printing something else. Let me see what's going on over here on Duval Street, y'all. I was looking at something here going, what the hell? But it's not live, so now we're live. Let me turn this on. I'm gonna turn this on while I run grab some new fresh tea because I'm out. I just got to make sure y'all have something to watch, you know. Now, this is dangerous for some of y'all, so How come we're not seeing all that stuff? Let me change my view here. Let me go to the next screen because it'll give me a full screen that way. There you go. Now you can see it all. I don't know how it's set up there. All right, I'll be right back. Let me grab some tea. Y'all run grab some tea and a bathroom break and all that stuff. And make sure since you have your camera off now, you don't turn your camera on when you go to the bathroom because that could be bad for all of us. So I'm going to click my camera off just to run grab some tea. And I'll be right back. Okay. Good night, Peg. Thank you for stopping in and hanging out with us. I was gonna say, I bet it's a big truck with lights on its wheels. Or donks. Ridiculous. I'd say it sounds like it's distorting on my ends. Do I need to turn it down a little bit? So, is that bothering y'all to have the sound, even though you want to hear what people are saying sometimes? We'll go check in on the that was disgusting, and he picked her. Oh, he's talking about last night? I said we'll go check in on the bar, see what's going on at the bar here in a little bit. Hold on, what was that name? Sherry Rooster Poot? Huh? Sherry Rooster Poot something. It keeps moving on me, so I can't see it. And I can't stop it like y'all. Poop Manor. Sherry Rooster Poop Manor. What the hell? Okay. Cool name. Yeah, I was just, as I was getting to you, I could see out my kitchen window. I've got a window that goes up and then goes back up a glass over the top. And I was looking out and I could see up there, and all of a sudden I seen lightning flash, and I'm like, damn. So if I disappear, y'all know either one, I got hit by lightning, or a tornado came through and shut us down. But hey, we got to keep streaming, right? We can't be damn. Gotcha. Rooster Poop Manor in Arkansas. You can barely hear it. Maybe you need to get some of these bionic headphones here, because these things, I mean, these things are, you can twist them and all kind of stuff. They won't break. This is a HyperX brand. Get them at Best Buy. I can hear everything. Do I need to do a weather check for everybody? Right here in our general centralized location. Use the Weather Wise app. No, I'm not wearing red slippers. I'm wearing my damn Birkenstocks. Or are you trying to point something out here? You seriously? You can barely hear it? If I turned up any louder, the distortion that's coming through the bass off of the store is really bad. I mean, because like I said, I can hear it in my ears. Hey, man. Watch where your hand is there, sir. I got a text message earlier. It told me my vaping was really loud on mic on stream, so I tried to turn off my mic so I wasn't vaping in y'all's ears. Of course, I was setting up on the mic like this earlier. Yeah, are y'all hearing the distortion part of that bass? Let me check. I was gonna say, let me check in on the other bar. See what's going on at the bar real quick. Let me pause that one, Bandcam. Let's go to the live view. Hold on, she's a. Does that say Espanol or Es? I guess I think that's like Spain, like a Spain type thing. A Spain. Now I know. Okay, now this is live. I know whenever you guys go to any of these locations, y'all are gonna let me know so we can make sure we get y'all on video. Place your bets. How many pigeons will we see tonight? Hold on, this dude's wearing an elbow room shirt and he's out there dancing like he owned the place or something. Wouldn't it be funny to find out there was no actual music playing, and this is all in their head? What dude? There's a dude there? What you talking about, Katie? You know, there's another camera right there. You see that camera? It shows this direction from the other end. And you can see around the bar back there with that camera right there. But this is usually where the happening spot is. And then there's a members only area upstairs, members only viewing area where I guess a lot of other activities occur that people always tell me to. But, you know, hey, you got to pay to have that camera. Was his shirt say tequila something? It almost looked like a damn Marlboro Reds. No, I wonder why they've already got them lined up, because it's just 2:00 on a Friday. I think they stay open till 3 on Fridays, right? Uh-oh. Tequila. We already know what's going to happen, y'all. She done told him. She done told him. Nope. I'm just saying, y'all know what's about to happen. Damien shows up. Well, hello, Damien. Thanks for stopping in. We're just hanging out watching some live cams of some this is the Elbow Room in Fort Lauderdale. I'm telling you, KMP Kid, he'll be down at Key West here the 4th of July week. He's already told me he's going to message me when he gets there so I can screenshot his little trip to the southernmost point cam. So, hey, Damien, good news. I heard that they're going to dismiss your case is what we're hearing and all that stuff. Everybody's been throwing it into the comments. That's good news to hear for sure. If you want to jump in, let me know, Damien, and I'll drop you a link. I don't dude, I don't know if they have any spot. There's only a couple spots left. Maybe back over here for a flyer to be put on the wall, but all these right here are pictures of famous people that have stopped into the actual Elbow Room, and you can see even over here. I mean, there's a bunch that are just photos all over the place. I've never been to this bar. Hell, I haven't been to a bar in 30 years. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, we're just hanging out. It'd be sort of hard to talk about any topics watching bar videos, right? But hey, I appreciate you stopping in, showing up, and just hanging out. People love to have a chance to talk to you. It's a little bit easier when you're not on your stream because you've got to control and run the stream and all that stuff. So it's a lot easier to chat with people whenever you're not having to do all that stuff. So yeah, that would be epic. I know a guy who's in Fort Lauderdale that we should have him go there to put one up. I know a couple people sort of close to the area. But there's somebody we need to call upon and ask him to go do that. This is Fort Lauderdale. This is not, I mean, granted, it's semi-close, but it's Key West is where JLR went the other day. But yeah, there's somebody. Y'all may see me tag him and ask him to go do it. Of course, he won't respond. He's never responded to me, just for the record, other than probably cussing me underneath his breath because I used to tagging him into some comments that he probably didn't appreciate. You know, he's not one of those normal YouTubing streaming friend of ours. Just saying. I tell you what, since JLR showed it on his stream the other day, I think we all need to start going to that bar that, hey man, I appreciate you, Damien. Very much. My first night on a live stream where I'm eligible, man, and I appreciate you for dropping that super chat. You know, we've had a couple tonight, and all because of my awesome friends you guys all are. You know, we discussed at the beginning of the show a lot of stuff about the notes and the TMZ stuff that's dropped today and all that stuff. And then, you know, once it hits midnight, we change it to the nightlife. I was telling everybody else that you guys run some amazing streams. That's how we've all met. Everybody that's here in my chat, we've all met through y'all's stream. JLR, Damien, Alex, Juice, you know, all you guys doing y'all streaming and all that stuff. And we all want to be over there and watch it, you know. So it's hard for me as a streamer to stream like anything of my own because we all want to be over there in your streams. And so, you know, it's one of those things where I'm just going to start holding the after parties. Whenever y'all are done streaming, y'all just send everybody over to the cave, and we're gonna start making the cave the after party for everybody's when they're done with their streams for the day. Hell, I'll change my hours. I ain't got to be nowhere any damn time other than when I want to be there. So, you know, just one of them things. But I definitely appreciate you, Damien. Thanks for stopping in, and thanks for dropping that super chat, and you know, helping me out. And I'm learning the ropes from all you guys. I watch y'all's content, see what, you know, how and what you guys do so that I can make my streams enjoyable. You know, if you'd asked me a couple of months ago, I'd have told you, hell no, you're freaking crazy if you think my ass is going to be on a live video streaming anywhere in the world to people I don't know and them talking crazy stuff about me. I'd have told you, you're damn out of your mind. Here I am. But yeah, I think that's what we'll do. You know, I'll have to figure out how I can do that. Call it the cave, you know. Do my membership levels as like caveman style. You got different levels of the cave you get to see. I know I can, I'll have all the guys lined up to pay to join the cave if there's like a special side. That's where I'll post all the clips that we can't show on X or we get our little PP smacked, right? So, because I've got a ton of videos of just stuff I've clipped, you know, from different things. If she's not careful, she'll make the stream. Oh yeah, y'all can't see it because I'm hiding over there. She's hiding behind me, rather. Let me change my view here. It won't let me do that. What the hell? It's because I got it locked. Hold on a second. Let me unlock it here. Okay, that is, oh, I know what I did. I done messed it up now, y'all. I done changed my banner up and everything. I'll have to have Caleb come back and fix it. There it is. Telling y'all, there is a ton of stuff to have to understand and learn about all these different streams. This flower guy comes in here every darn night. Every night. He walks up and dances in front of you and tries to get you to buy a set of flowers or something. So what the hell happened here? This is in Fort Lauderdale. And literally, what she got in her pocketbook? Did y'all see how much money she just pulled out of her pocketbook there? And does she just put back in her pocketbook? Like 50 feet out this door over here, and to the left is the ocean. So this is I don't remember the street this is on, but they were doing a like a triathlon deal a couple weeks ago, and I was watching, and they let the contestants come in here, and not that they changed out of their swimsuits, but they were allowed to go down here to the bathrooms and change. But a lot of them did come in here and change into their next, deal. There was nothing visible, folks, but a lot of them just changed right here. Yeah, the ocean is right here to the left, right outside these things, these barricades. And then there's a big bar area here. Again, there is a camera down here. You can also find it at elbowroom.com on YouTube, that they have multiple streams of their stuff. So there's a camera there, and then obviously the camera we're sitting here looking from. The upstairs is a paid view only camera, and that's where crazy stuff happens. Bro, I'm telling you. Yeah, again, this is we'll make this my spot into the, and of course everybody that comes in here and hangs out with me and all that stuff, they know I don't give a damn. It's not that it's a free for all, but we talk and we do all kind of stuff in here. We don't just focus on, we all come to the other streamers for the information and the sincere moments in time that we need to be sincere about what we're at task. But here, this is a cut the hell loose and just let her rip, Tater Chip. If you can see it on video, we'll talk about it. After midnight only, though. And yes, we vape on this stream. Dude, could you imagine if all it would take is one of you guys to put it out there that y'all are going to do a YouTube takeover at one of these bars, or a bar, anywhere bar. Be here, this place, this time, this date. Shit. It would be crazy. Beach Boulevard, yeah. That's Cheryl. She's a damn party. She's a partier. She may play it off like she's a damn rock picker or a rock stacker or a rock hounder. What the hell would you call it? Rock hounder? Is that what it is? But she's out there getting snockered. A lot. I'm just kidding. Cheryl's not that away. She's a fine Christian lady who doesn't believe in that kind of stuff, y'all. And if you believe that, come on to Oklahoma and I'll show you the other Golden Gate Bridge. Hey man, you're in the wrong town for that. There's a lot of people with elbow room shirts though. Different varieties and styles of elbow room. Oh gosh. Yeah, somebody get Ted in here. Shit. I guess that's what my job's gonna be to watch Ted's wallet. If I ever get to go on an adventure with these guys, my job's gonna be to maintain where in the hell Ted puts his damn wallet. Hey man, come on down. It's just probably, I think 14 hours to Tucson from here. It's flat as hell. I'll take you out here to the lake. We go out there in the middle of the lake we jump one of the boats. We got a couple here at the house. I'll take you out on the lake, and you can stand right in the damn center of the lake and look over, and you can see somebody on the lake that's 3 or 4 counties over. That's how flat it is here in Oklahoma. I miss the mountains. I grew up in the mountains of Western North Carolina, so it's definitely different here. Yeah, see, it is rock counting. I don't even know what that is. Somebody's going to find Ted's wallet. We're definitely going to buy him a damn chain. And I mean, can y'all imagine Ted in one of his business suits with a big ass chain? I mean, I don't mean like a normal wallet chain. I'm talking a freaking chain that you can pull a damn tractor with. That's what we're going to have to hook up to Ted's wallet. Yeah, now let's see if I can find this other. Let me see if I can jump to this other. Yeah, shit, we come. You know, Cheryl, I was seriously, I was thinking about driving over to NWA tomorrow, but you know, it's already 1 o'clock in the morning. It's like a 3.5, 4 hour drive for me to get over there and go take my Can-Am over there and go hit the trails. I really wanted to do that. Hello? What was you looking at her damn socks? Yeah, I was thinking about going Can-Am riding. My buddy asked me if I wanted to go, and I was like, well, you know, hey, there's always something to do. Anybody wants to come cut some grass, you let me know. I've got 5 acres that needs to be cut. I'll even let you use my bad boy mower to do it. We can all go float the Buffalo National River. Yep. Cody and Kelly, they've done that a couple times. Again, do you guys watch their YouTube channel? Cody and Kelly, they were just out in Yosemite, and they hiked up to Half Dome, some falls, waterfalls, and all that stuff. My wife was telling me about her friend. Her and her husband just were out there, and I'm like, that's funny because Cody and Kelly were out there, in which they're from Arkansas, right there close to you, Cheryl. And they do videos all the time and show you Arkansas and all the different. Yeah, I used to, a lot of these people I learned about from back whenever I had my diesel pusher and looking for RV places and all that stuff to go. So that's how I learned about a lot of the YouTubers in the camping worlds and the ones who show you different campgrounds. So I can only imagine. Like I said, I'd like to come over there. I want to go riding with another YouTube people I've found. Channel is ATV Amy. It's ATV and then AM1E is the way she spells her name, Amy, on her YouTube channel. And their channel is specifically about side-by-sides and riding the Ozarks. And so there's where I learned about a lot of the different trails in the Ozarks that I would love to go ride. And, you know, hold that thought, y'all. What's her name? Can you tell me? Right there. Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful, beautiful trail and things that you can get on those trails and ride all day and not cross the same path, you know, twice. So, but where? Well, don't say. Not that we're ever going to get to like come over and shake the tent or something, Katie. Oh.
Hey, Katie. What are you doing? Have you looked outside lately? Hey, Katie. We're coming for you.
Okay. I'm sorry, Katie. Don't replay that a couple times tonight. Scare your friends. Oh gosh, yeah. Everybody can dance after a beer. After 2 beers, it don't matter, does it? That's what we call it, David. Pitching tent. Um. Look, I respect some people's heritage and their beliefs and all that stuff, but you know, whether I was Scottish or not, no offense, my Scottish friends, I just don't, I don't think I could support the heritage of having to wear a skirt. What do they call them things? Yeah. Did you at least look outside, Katie? Did you look outside the tent, unzip it and look? Go, who the hell's out there? Hey, that's how you have fun. That dude's got a nut protector on. You ain't damn getting to him. He's got a steel cage down there for you wild ladies in tents and stuff. I'm just saying, you see it? Is that a flask he's carrying with him? Kilt, that's what the hell was the word I was looking for. Thanks. I'm sorry. It's probably a good thing I'm not Scottish. It may be fine to them. I mean, I'm sure they're used to it and stuff, but, you know, hey. It just seems like a lot to have to learn to just knowing all them things them women's have to do when they wear them skirts. That's just too much to throw on some of us guys who just can't think like that, y'all. How many of y'all seen the nut bra commercial? I just thought I'd ask. You damn right it would. It wouldn't just be the wind, though, David. I can imagine there'd probably be a lot more issues. How many have you? Give me a comment there. How many of y'all seen the nut bra commercial with the old man? I'll go look it up and play it. I mean, but I'm fair game warning you. You are going to piss your pants. And if you're laying in a tent, you might piss straight in the air. So just fair warning. Oh, damn, dude. We just took this conversation to a wrong place, David. Seriously, Katie, you never heard of you've never seen a video on the nut bra? Okay. Get ready. I'm going to go find it over here on another screen, and then I'll play. Well, hold on. We got to make sure nothing occurs here first. I'm seeing traveling hands here first. But I'm just telling y'all, you're going to laugh your ass off. It don't well, maybe. No, but it is hilarious, Cheryl. Okay, let me pause them. We're going to come back to them. We won't let them leave. We'll keep them live right here on our screen, but I'm just telling y'all, this is going to get funny. Let me see here. I think this is it right here. No, that's not it. Let me see. I'm trying to remember which one it starts out as. It might be this one. Okay. Are y'all ready? Tents are made to keep water out and water in. I'm just telling you, Katie, I am sorry if it occurs in your tent. So y'all have, as my witness, I told her. Okay, here we go.
Has this ever happened to you?
What's wrong?
I sat on my goddamn nuts again.
Or this?
God damn it!
What happened?
My nuts fell in the toilet again.
Or even this?
Oh, good lord! Damn it!
Let's be honest. Long, saggy nuts are a problem millions of elderly men face every day. But now, they don't have to. Introducing the Nut Bra, the only product guaranteed to give your dangling testicles the support they so desperately need. The Nut Bra uses patented ball hoisting technology to lift your boys safely out of harm's way. Simply slip your apple bag into the padded cups, and you're on your way. Your balls are guaranteed to stay in place no matter what the situation, whether you're driving or just hanging out around the house.
Before the nut bra, my husband's balls were disgusting.
My nuts were so old and saggy, they used to look like Clint Eastwood.
Thanks to Nut Bra, the only thing busting my balls now is my wife. I hate that bitch.
The nut bra even made my husband's balls taste better.
Thank you, Nut Bra.
Thank you, Nut Bra.
Thank you, nut bra.
The Nut Bra, because life's too short to spend it sitting on your nuts.
I told y'all. Oh my God. That's crazy, ain't it? I think I'm crying over here, y'all. I tried to tell y'all, if you haven't seen it, fair warning. It's bad. You're gonna have to pick yourself up out of the floor and get back in here and let's discuss this. No, we're not discussing it. We're going back to the band cam. I gave y'all fair warning. I'm telling you, I'm amazed if my wife is watching this stream that she's not just rolling in here, just laughing. And right, Tomer. It was funny, especially the people from New York, though, right? My goddamn nuts. Oh my gosh. I told you. Make sure y'all show y'all's friends. And that video is like 6 years old, too. The Nut Bra. Whenever I first watched it, and you hear them dudes splashing the water when that dude sits on the toilet, and then he goes outside, and the little young lady that's his neighbor, whatever, he says hello, and they drop and smash the ground. And he's like, oh, not again. Oh, gosh. I'm telling y'all, y'all don't know what y'all got into. We ain't showing nothing else like that again. I'm just telling y'all. And especially no blue waffles or no damn 2 girls in 1 cup. Ain't happening. Christmas present ideas? You're wrong. How many people are far away from you in your campground, Katie? Because I guarantee you probably howling watching that. Jaylene, I'm sorry. I gave y'all fair warning. I think it may have scared Damien off, y'all. Either that or he's still trying to pick his hat up off the floor. Nah. Shouldn't get a copyright strike. All you gotta do is just, if it does, it gives you the option to remove anything sound wise. Hell, I probably just went against my terms of service with them or something. But hey, it's no different than yeah. She might have woke the neighbors. Oh my gosh. It's no different than showing a live camera from a bar that on my ex account I was suspended for 12 hours for showing revenge porn from this exact camera area right here. I mean, how, I don't know, but you still crying, ain't you? I'm sorry, Jaylene. It wasn't my fault. I was put up to it. The evidence shows y'all forced me to do it. Quit thinking about it. Quit thinking about it. Change your thoughts. I'm about to get windshield wipers installed on my glasses, y'all. I was just about crying on that one. Yeah, playing music is a no-no. Unless you have the rights to music and all that stuff. And you can, which is why this camera does not broadcast the band playing all that stuff, because even the people, the bands that come up here and sing, that they're playing other people's rights music and all that stuff, and they also play music, which is why people are dancing and there's no band, you see. Yeah, that's why they turned the sound off on this one. And it makes me wonder if that's why it's so damn distorted on the Sloppy Joe cam, because it's really hard to make out what they're singing and saying and all that stuff. So, oh god, the sack hack. Come on, Dawn. We were almost over it. My eyes had just cleared back up, and I could see again. Don't be snorting a line or something now. Yeah, she's going to show the crowd, y'all. Be careful with the pink lady. I'm just telling you, this bar and this camera is known to have a few slip ups every once in a while. So if your eyes can't take it, I'm sorry. JLR does it all the time. He don't give a fuck about music and all that stuff. You can broadcast it, and if you're watching it live, you'll hear what it is. But once it gets uploaded, once you turn off your live and all that stuff, and then it gets uploaded, and then it gives you a notice that there's copyrighted music detected in your video. Then you just hit a button that says remove the music and all that stuff, and that way it proceeds and goes through and allows you to continue with the monetization and all that stuff, because it'll totally take your shit right off the damn internet if you don't. What were they getting ready to do over there? Did you see her? She's trying to take his damn shirt off, y'all. Grizzly Adam showed up. Oh, I just heard some thunder. This poor guy right here, he's oblivious to the world around him, or he's not interested in the world around him. They're going to be throwing down here in this bar here shortly, y'all. What does it say? Something Scotland? Something World Cup Scotland. Don't hold it against me. I just, I'd rather just have fun than, just, you got to change it up every once in a while with everything in life. It just, things become mundane, and, I just, the horrors of the world that you have to think about and, try to figure out stuff all the time. My brain can't take it, y'all. I have to find a change of pace in viewing things and discussing things and all that stuff, or we'd all be criminally crazy. Certified. Nope, it's good. I'm sorry. I keep vaping in y'all's ear, but I've got plenty of juice. Plus, I got 2 bottles right here in front of me. I just went to the store yesterday. But, I've got this high-tech redneck microphone now that picks up a damn gnat farting across the room. So I forget. I'm vaping right in y'all's ear. So I'm sorry. That's right. Decompression. And since, hey, I don't hang out in bars, I just hang out at home and view the bars. It's much easier. It don't cost me nothing. I haven't spent a dime other than for internet, I guess you could say, to be able to watch these things and just get some entertainment and funniness out of it. Okay, as long as I'm not like, what, we're going to collaborate? Minnesota nice? Stop what? Stop vaping? Oh. It's a good thing he's for it, because I wasn't going to stop. I'm just saying. Damn, is she old enough to be in a bar, y'all? see right back here? Blow some donuts for us. I don't. No. No. I can't do all them there fancy tricks. I vape it to vape it, not to damn play with it. Damn. Did dude chew on the end of that bottle there or what? That shit looks broken. Y'all see that? Looks like broken glass, don't it? I'm telling y'all. He's gonna throw her on the damn counter up here in a minute. What's the question there? Oh, thank you. I was just trying to be nice by saying I'm sorry for vaping in y'all's ear and all that stuff. I didn't mean I was going to quit vaping. I was just giving y'all a warning that I'm sorry it may be loud in your ear, but other than that, I'm not sorry for vaping. Yeah, it looked like he chewed on the bottle, right? He may have opened that sumbitch by just breaking the damn tip of it off. What these guys fixed on? It doesn't appear to be a blonde. I bet her name's Betty. What you hiding? This is my chair, y'all. We're setting up in the rafters. Imagine we're just up here in the rafters, just watching what the hell the entertainment is for the evening. This dude was like, "Oh yeah, she gonna get down, y'all." Oh shit, she's with a dude. Never mind. Shit, time to go somewhere else. You women get wild. I'm just telling y'all. Y'all get wild with stuff. Getting jiggy with it. Now look, you women, y'all do this shit to us guys in a damn public place, knowing what the hell is gonna occur. Y'all may have no visual signs, but it can turn embarrassing for us guys. I mean, what do you expect us not to happen in a bar, in a public place, when you damn doing that to us? I mean, we supposed to go tape that motherfucker to our leg or something so y'all don't see it in a bar? Sorry. Minnesota? Where'd y'all's friend go from last night? Remember the dude that was standing on the side of the street and we didn't think he had no clothes on there for a little bit? Oh, now she's, uh-oh. I see what's about to happen. You think, David? Now, look, that's always been a question of mine. Some of you ladies might need to answer this for us guys. When y'all get some work done like that, why do we have to be so damn extreme about it? Like, unnaturally extreme. I mean, it's one thing to make yourselves beautiful and fancy, but why make it so damn extreme that it's obviously not el natural? Cheryl, I just saw Cheryl's comment. Kilty is hanging with a girl. She digs his cheerleader skirt. Maybe she's got visions of this here belt. No, I'm not saying that those are extreme. Those are. Hey, man. Hey. Save some for the rest of us. Hell. And get an oxygen bottle. Those are not unnatural, but it's obvious, right? I mean, she may be saying, hey, can you at least share, bitch? I mean, don't be taking all the stuff for yourself there. One thing I have noticed about this damn attention, it attracts attention. It's not that it attracts attention. It attracts stares and gawks. And especially whenever there's no undergarments to protect thine temperature sensors. Yeah, y'all see what David done put over there. Hey, I'm just saying, dynamite does come in small packages. Is this your first night hanging out with us, Minnesota, on a late night? I probably should change the name to a late night stream just so people understand, but it gets crazy up in here. It definitely does. If we see it, we'll talk about it. We don't give a damn. But now, seriously, look, I mean, why come to a bar when the obvious could be dealt with in other locations? I mean, why come to the bar to do all that? Not that we don't appreciate it. Hell, we'll watch. I mean, if you're gonna throw down in Ho Town, we'll watch. We're here. for you. You tell us what you want us to see and we'll watch it. But if you're that damn excited of being in the moment that you just can't keep your hands off each other, why in the fuck did you even come to a bar? Why didn't you just stay home and damn play Naked Twister or something? This ain't voyeurism. They got their clothes on. I mean, look, there's many other means, I'm sure, to be a voyeur. See, they took the message. They headed on out of there now. He said, "Come on, let's go to the house. Let's finish this, what we have started." What does it say? Something full speed or something. Spring rally. Hey, that is not ladylike to be drinking that there drink like that, ma'am. You done fucked up. You done put Jesus in that statement. What? Say what, David? No. That's a tall drink of water right there now. Well, please explain it to us there, Katie, because some of us just don't understand why they left. She, says Cheryl. Oh, I don't know how many times I've been watching this camera and some shit like that went down. Oh, let me twirl you around. And next thing you know, damn girl, why are you laying on the floor? I didn't like toss you down there, did I? That girl was about to fall off that bar stool, y'all. She's going to land in a trash can, too. My dude, look, you're hitting her about belt line. Don't be doing that. You're going to have her stand on like a bar stool or something. She's going to steal his wallet. Up, up, up. Oh, she better hit the ground. Oh, she survived it. I for sure thought one of them was going to hit the ground. Her world is spinning right now. Look, kudos to my dude right here. I've seen this guy for a while here. He's still working. He's there for one reason. When they call him in, it has hit the you see her about fall? She gonna crack her noggin, y'all. Excuse me. Do you know there's a camera up here? That chick looked like somebody I used to know. Who's no longer with us because I ain't even gonna say it. Because she became involved with someone who killed her in a drug overdose. She used to live right up the road from me. A very famous person. Yeah, they're celebrating my birthday for sure. Who do y'all think she looks like? There's probably one person here that I know is probably going to know the answer to that. See? Come on, put on your thinking caps. She had an alias name. Thanks, Marcus. We're going to make it. We're going to grow. That's his signal to someone for something. Was she climbing on the bar? I watched some chick try to climb the bar the other day. Yeah, y'all see that little blonde chick? You can't see her because I'm sort of in the way there, but right here. She reminds me of somebody. Hey, dude, you're blinding all of us behind you. What daggum. $243. They're kicking everybody out. Why did you say it like that? Just because the Popo showed up? Her real name was Cindy. He didn't put in his order. Analyze that, Doug. What's up? What's up? Good to see you in here. Thanks for stopping in. We got a winner. A big chicken dinner. Diamonds. Got it. She used to live right up the road from me. Her real name was Cindy Taylor. Her adult actress name was Jessie Jane. She became involved with a guy, and they both died that night over fentanyl overdose. And her mom and dad still live right up the road. Right by a little place called Twin Lakes. Up off Sooner Road and 134th. Her house was the second one on the right. And her young son is now motherless because of the decisions that was made that night, which she had gotten a divorce from her ex-husband, but she was out hanging with her boyfriend, and they both overdosed on fentanyl. Yep, she passed away a couple of years ago. Jessie Jane. She lived right here in Norman. Well, she technically lived in Moore, but it's just right up the road from me. And I actually have a buddy that grew up with her, and that knew who she was and all that stuff. As a matter of fact, I have I don't remember what magazine brand it was, but she actually signed one for me for my birthday that I do have still with its wrapper. Of course, it's been open because she did sign it, but that reminds me, I still have, yep, Toby Keith, that he lived right up the road from me too. I've taken y'all by there on, not a live video. Sometime I will. I'll do it on a live video. But I'll take y'all and show y'all his house. Not that I'm going to be able to go up to it, but I'll be able to show you from the road, the acreage he has, his wife, and she still has the house. But I was wondering what the hell's going on. Y'all see my damn computer froze up there for a second? It's not showing the lives. There we go. Oh, now see, that's a bright ass moon tonight. Yeah. Heck, I'll even take y'all to Toby Keith's grave. I know exactly where the graveyard is. I've been there. There's a pond. His grave site overlooks a beautiful pond right there at the cemetery. Yeah. Whenever the police show up at the bar, everybody leaves. Y'all know I've seen some crazy stuff, and I've uploaded it to my ex from here. And they come from all walks of life. I wouldn't doubt that some of them may not be like, no, I'm not even going to say that. I'll get my throat cut. But yeah, I've seen some wild stuff from this camera right here, especially the other camera. The other camera, back when they get it open back up to the real southernmost point, we're going to have some damn after hours party time watching some of that shit, y'all. If we stay up that late. I mean, because you will see some crazy stuff. It is, Cheryl. It is. It is very sad that, people decide that's a good option in life. Very sad to see. No, Garth. I've never known specifically where Garth, his house and all that stuff. I know he does have a big ranch somewhere out there. Yeah, he's, what's crazy is I have a few of his songs on my playlist, my sleep ensemble is what I call it. And a couple of the songs, and of course the last one he sang before he passed, Don't Let the Old Man In. That damn song hits in all kind of ways. So yeah, maybe so. I've got a buddy that used to be at the sheriff's department here, Oklahoma County, that worked here for years, and he's a deputy up that way. I'm sure he could take me there, up towards Garth's area. Hell, he might be able to take me to Garth's house. I mean, he knows a lot of people too. So Yeah, make sure you hit that like button while you're here. I always forget to do that because I've sort of got things set up automatically, and I've got some amazing mods that throw that stuff out there for me. But yeah, I always forget to tell people, if you haven't subscribed, make sure you smack that subscribe button. Here, I'm gonna play this one again just for everybody that weren't here a few minutes ago. Y'all ready for the notification? Here you go. My buddy Damien stopped in. 857 Tucson. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but I hit the replay on that. That's why y'all saw that again. So, I have been to, hold on, Truth, before I get to yours. Let me go back up here and read some of the other ones. Truth again on this one. It says, I have met Darius Rucker. Won tickets for a private concert on a yacht on the lake. There was like 10 of us on the yacht with him playing for us. Food, drinks, etc. It was fun. He's a nice guy too. Yeah, I like a lot of Darius's stuff too, whether it be him alone or, as Hootie. I've always liked his music. There's not many black guys that can do country music and do it right and just make you feel it. Does that make sense? As the same, I mean, there's not, but just a couple white guys that can do rap and make it right. You know what I mean? And there's a couple of them, hell, I used to listen to Eminem and all kind of stuff. Hell, if it was come on right now, I'd listen to Eminem. I always liked a lot of Eminem stuff. But there's only a few that I felt could do country music right. Thank you, Truth. Thank you for throwing it out there. Let's catch this other one. Dale Jr. So, again, I grew up in North Carolina, and I used to work down from where I lived. I used to drive to Charlotte every day. It's like an hour and 15, 20 minutes, depending which way we went to Charlotte. And then outside of Statesville and all that stuff, we went by Dale Earnhardt's shop one time. This is back when he was still alive. And his shop is technically in a little town called Welcome, North Carolina, is where the Dale Earnhardt shop was at. And I got to see the number 3 car that he won, I think his first Daytona 500 in. It was inside of a glass building looking thing out front. We went by there and all that stuff, and I got to meet him. And the company I worked for, we installed movable partitions in big convention centers and places like that. And so we went by there, but my boss took us there, and it's pretty cool to see all that stuff. The Mooresville Welcome, ain't Welcome, real close to Mooresville. I remember it was somewhere right in there. I swear I thought the little town was called Welcome, North Carolina. Sometime my brother wants to see the electric chair at the jail museum in McAllister. Yeah, McAllister's just right down the road here too. It's like an hour here from me. Ma'am, that is not the proper way to ride a bicycle. Don't get your pleasure from someone else's pain. Don't do it. Don't even look over there. I'm not looking over there. Just because y'all see me looking that direction, I'm not looking over there. But I'm just saying, it's not the proper way to ride a bicycle. Yeah, McAllister's down the road. You have to, when I leave, to go towards Yeah, that state park down there. Quit. I've got a shirt that has a damn name on it. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank right now. It's yeah. I'm seriously, I cannot damn remember right now because y'all put me on the spot and want me to tell the story. But it has a bunch of rocks and all that stuff. It's down by Red Oak and all that stuff. It's a state park. We went and stayed there. I've taken some astrophotography and some Milky Way shots from there. We took Caleb and his wife before they were married. That we took them down there for the weekend when we had our RV diesel pusher, and we went and stayed down there. And then, but we went through McAllister to get there. And I've also outside of McAllister is Chickasaw National Wildlife or National Park or something like that. It's right there also. I've been down there to do photography and stuff like that. But we went to that. Yeah, I will. I probably won't go to sleep till I do remember now. But they have yurts. Everybody know what a yurt is? Sorry, I got a yawn. You know what a yurt is? One's turn. A yurt is one of those cloth structures. It's round. It's like a round room. It's a single room most of the time, and people set up different things inside of them. But I didn't even see. That's how I see. I wasn't paying attention. She didn't even move across my screen. But we were all the way down by the lake, and I'm talking probably, I'm gonna guess 200-300 yards from where the yurts were set up. But this couple had rented one, and here I'm standing here, and it's probably 10:30, 11 o'clock at night because Caleb was wanting to go do some Milky Way shots and all that stuff. And I have a photo. His wife, again, she was just his fiance at the time. She's holding a light up, and she's standing out in the middle of this filled area right in front of the lake part. And she's shining this bright ass flashlight up into the stars, up into the sky. And the image I took makes it look like she's illuminating the sky with a beam of light, and it causes the Milky Way to occur. So she's really, I mean, in the photo, she's really small, but you see her and you see the beam of light going up to the Milky Way. It turned out to be a really cool shot. So we're standing there taking these photos, and all of a sudden, we hear some activities that I don't think these people realize. A damn yurt's walls. Robert's Cave. Thank you, Cheryl. God dang it. I knew it had rocks in it. Remember? I told y'all that. Robert's Cave. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It has a big rock area. But anyway, there was activities that we thought we were like in the middle of it because this lady was screaming in a pleasurable scream to the point where there is no damn way anybody else in that freaking yurt park or the whole RV park did not hear her. And we were like, I mean, like, how does these people not know that you cannot, you can hear all this outside? Because, I mean, it was loud. And so we wrote down, note to self, do not ever rent a yurt for thine pleasures. Get a manufactured wall structure instead of a cloth vinyl structure, which you can also rent. Yeah, David. Yeah. They may have known. No, I mean, because seriously, we were to the point, y'all can ask Caleb next time he's in here. We were going to walk up there and just stand outside their door. And if they walked outside because it was just too damn hot in there, in their yurt, we were just going to stand there and all just start clapping. Because, I mean, it was an experience. But yeah, on a serious note now, if you ever go to Robbers Cave, yes, they do have an RV park. They've got they got an amazing lake out there. They've got one of the best looking state park spots here in Oklahoma. I haven't been to all of them, but I've been to quite a few of them. And a lot of the others are, they're in need of work per se. But Robbers Cave, it has a lot of money invested into it. And they got a beautiful gift shop, and it's got all kind of stuff in it. But part of the Robbers Cave, which is the name of Robbers Cave, is because Bonnie and Clyde supposedly hid out there, and somebody else also used these big old rocks. There's these little tunnels and stuff through them, and these little crevices you can get down into. And there's a spot where, it's like, it seems like it's about 500 foot high of this big rock cliff. And it is the mountain ranges of, down there. It ties into Arkansas and forms all the mountains of the Ozarks and all that stuff. Just beautiful country down there. So if you ever get a chance to go stay at Robbers Cave State Park. Really is good. You better watch it, David. She said, calm it down. I haven't been to Red Rock Canyon. I'll have to check it out sometime. But there's a lot of places out there. Mena, Arkansas is beautiful. And granted, where the hell's he going? Y'all seen that on JLR stream. Y'all heard JLR talking about, oh my God, it stinks over here? That's right there. See all that stuff laying there? That's seaweed and all that stuff that's laying on the ground there that's just drying. And in the daytime, it really stinks. So. Uh-oh. What y'all got? Damn, David, what you doing to them women? Y'all typing too fast now. It just keeps pushing me down there. Cracking the whip. Yeah. I tried to warn you. I told you that a long time ago. Hey, hold on now. Oh, we're like way behind on this camera, just so y'all know. You see where we're at? Live's all the way over here. We're like, we can skip right through this. And so y'all wonder, people say all the time, I don't know how the hell you sit there and just watch cameras all day. Well, I don't. It's simple. I go to where I want to start watching at. Let's say, for instance, I watch right here and I go, oh, the sun's going down. I mean, nobody comes out and has any fun when the sun's up, right? Yeah, you'll see people just, sporting their favorite swimsuits and all that stuff. But this camera captures for 12 hours, so you can go catch anything you want to, and then you just go find a spot and go, okay, let's start watching from here. And then you just go, bing, bing, bing. You just hit your damn forward arrow, and it skips every 5 seconds. And you can watch a lot of time in no time. As soon as the stream catches up, so. So Red Rock is in New Mexico? I really want to go to Yosemite. Once once we get to the point where YouTube's paying me to go on the adventures and all that stuff for y'all, then we'll just start going to places. There went DGL on the scooter. Probably was. And just for the record, if I'm watching this camera and someone's age may be of question, you ain't going to see me post it. If I can't verify the fact that they are of legal age to make a video clip of them, they getting passed up. Excuse me, sir. You're getting close to needing assistance. Yeah, the other day whenever JLR was there, I wanted him to come over to this camera and stand up here on this wall. So I'm sitting here doing my finger like y'all can damn see my finger like I'm really pointing to the wall in front of me. Right here in front of this right here, there's a passageway through here, and cars can drive in here. It's how they take the food service vehicles over to this cafe right here on that sign. And so there's a little wall there that he could have stood on and been right here in front of this camera. And that would have been cool to use as an image to do some AI stuff for him. I don't even I just skip that shit, you know what I mean? It's just crazy. I've been to Yosemite a lot. My family's from California. It's beautiful, but you need to spend a few days there to see it. Yeah, like I said, I was watching Cody and Kelly and my wife's friends. They just got back from it. My wife's from California. She's born and raised there. And the last time we took our RV to California out to her mom and dad's, visit them and all that stuff, we went for like a month, and our first week in California, we stayed down in Fresno area to see her, visit with her sisters, and we stayed at a little campground, a little town called Sanger. Nice campground down there we stayed at. But we were close to, going over to Yosemite and all that stuff. And I've lived in California multiple times, and we never got to go. Just, I don't know why. We just never got to go. JLR cracked me up with the hee-haws. I don't guess I watched the second full episode whenever he went back, because I know some of you guys were clipping his stuff, and and that's another thing. I try to be, y'all know I clip and post all kind of shit on X. But there's times whenever I've got stuff that I got to do, and I know y'all gonna be clipping it, so it's not like I'm gonna miss anything. But something that's y'all need to put in y'all's little brain housing groups there is so there was like 2 weeks there that I took a little time off per se and didn't post a bunch of stuff as much as I used to, and it was because I'd started doing the YouTube thing through streaming, so I didn't have to be live on YouTube with just YouTube, because you can't go live on YouTube until you're eligible. Like, you have to meet all that criteria, which I just did and got the monetized thing. So if you use streaming software, you don't have to have a single follower. You can go live, which is how I've been going live. I've been using the streaming software, StreamYard or Streamlabs. And so that's how you do that. That's the workaround for it. For anybody that don't know, a lot of people are saying, well, I want to get monetized so I can go live on YouTube. You don't have to have it. You just got to have a software that will override that stuff. And that's what Streamlabs and Yards does. So, I don't remember where I was going with that story. What was I going to try to tell y'all about it? Other than you had to have software to do it. Hold on. Hold that thought. I vape too much in my life, y'all. My brain cells are fried. Yeah, Fresno. That's where my wife's sisters live down there. One of them does. One of them is now moving to Nashville area. Um, oh, so what I was saying was the whole streaming thing, you know, I wanted to see how much of a difference streaming, because every time I stream to X and YouTube, Facebook, and now Twitch also. So 4 things now, but I used to only stream to those 3 things. And so I wanted to see, because, the whole thing about the creator content and all that stuff, and there was that whole thing about people are only going to get paid for their own original stuff. So like if I share something and it, if I get it 3 million views on your content, then you get 3 million views of credit plus whatever else people see in the sense. And so I wanted to cut back on my posts of, things that got 10 million views, and try to focus on how much my video stuff would get, because, the week before that, I mean, X paid me a pretty damn good chunk of change in just my content and my posts and all that stuff. And that was a week when I had a 2-week period. That was whenever I had right at 10 million views on different stuff I'd posted. So I wanted to cut it back to see how much, just views and stuff like that. So I could sort of get an idea because of that week, whenever I got those 2 weeks, whenever I got the 10 million views and I got a pretty good check from X, I wanted to know how much of it came from my video stuff, because I just stepped up my streaming, like, multiple days and all that stuff. Whereas it may have been 1 or 2 times, or been on other people's streams and all that stuff. So I wanted to see how much it was. And I found out it was a drastic reduction in the sense of you don't get as much as you would think from streaming. It's more about posting and replies and engagement from your followers and your friends. So anybody that wants to know, there's your answer. So now everybody's got to watch this video just to get that information. So good night, Cheryl. Thank you for being here, my friend. I appreciate you always stopping in and hanging out with me. And you know how things go now, the closer it gets to midnight. I don't want to be a bad influence on you, but I appreciate you being here. And keep up the awesome AI stuff. You're doing great. I'm gonna skip through this real quick and just see what we see. I have seen more stuff from these people that ride these here bicycle taxis and stuff like that. It's like a freak magnet, y'all. The people you must watch are the people who ride those taxi bicycles. And I have seen some wild stuff. And the funny thing is, the guy who is driving the bicycle, and including ladies, I've seen ladies driving the bicycles too and taking pictures or videos of people doing stuff that you're like, are you damn serious? I mean, there's this one video I captured on the old Southernmost Point cam. I mean, they both like pulled their clothing down and grope each other's areas of concern and like holding it. And this dude's standing there taking pictures of them doing it. What the hell is her problem walking up there? She probably should have wore braces on her feet whenever she was younger. I always see these things occurring when people are trying to stuff somebody to the top of that damn thing. And in my mind, I just visualize them cracking their damn noggins on the side of that concrete stuff there. Yeah. Or snap ankles and shit like that. Does people not think about shit like that? I mean, I think if they wanted you to have a damn to climb to the top of that, they'd have put a freaking ladder up there for you. The debauchery. Do you have to stream on X to make money? And I think, did I answer that? Yeah. Okay. Truth. God dang it. No, I don't think it's falling out. I think it's definitely stuck. She's she's walking like it's still there. But again, this is the easy way for any of you folks. Don't be stealing my content, you bastards. But this is the easy way of going through and just, finding stuff to post. No different than, let's say, does she look old enough? No different than the people riding the slingshots and all that crazy stuff, so. Or the mechanical bulls. Most of that shit, I just simply cannot post that shit on X because people give me hate enough as it is. Y'all know that. I mean, I've been called all kind of shit for posting stuff. Being some creepy old man or something like that. I look at him and go, fuck off. I don't care what you think. Yeah, so as long as you if you watch this camera and you want to capture something or something like that, as long as you do it within, it's a 12-hour continuous feed. So like stuff that's happening tonight, you have maybe a 24. I think it's a 24 hour because it does it daily. It restarts at midnight per se for the recording part, but it'll still show a full 24 hours. It just continuously moves. What the hell is she doing? Yeah. That's the easy way of saying it, right? That's why I've got it right over there. That's why I had it right here. But I'm going to make it glow in the dark. Sometimes the camera gets wonky, like it's not in focus, and it gets fuzzy and stuff like that. Like their data is not capturing the camera good, so. And other times you'll see a car pull down there and the headlights shine on the point, like that car is right there, and the camera will go all kind of crazy. I got to think of what I'm printing next, too, by the way. My 3D printer is not running right now. As in, I'm not printing something. Which is unusual. Damn y'all, it's 2:30. Yeah, just for the camera. If nothing else, just scoot over here and act like you love me for the camera. You know, sometimes you can just tell. You just have this feeling that people just want themselves to be seen in all kind of ways. And other times you'll get a feeling because you'll see somebody walk up there and they give you that look of, is anybody around here? Like this one lady that decided she wanted to take some photos for her man. She gave it the whole look around of that whole damn area to see if anybody was there watching. But she didn't see this damn camera sitting right there looking at her. See how clear the camera goes? See how it jumped right there? And it just goes clear? It's weird. Remember we saw this part? That was a guy. I thought that was a gal. Standing there holding the damn moon up. You'll see a lot of foreigners visiting here too. I mean, it is a tourist attraction, right? Yep, we got about 2 minutes. I think we're gonna have to, you know. We just had a birthday. We're older now. It gets a little rougher to stay up long. Oh, she's back. I told y'all, we're not doing it. She did ride off. I saw her that time. Look, maybe it's just me. I don't know. I don't know what that calls for. That's just so that you're aware there's a big ass roadblock in the middle of the road. And just so y'all know, this thing is not solid. You notice, okay, you see right here, there's forklift fork holes right there. This right here is just a plaster skeleton of the real deal. The real deal is solid concrete all the way through, but this one's just a plaster. They took and set it down here and they built this on that stuff. Bike ladies from LA? I'm afraid to ask you, David. Which one? Which one was the tall one? That one? That's not a gal. Am I missing one? What I was going to say before we got there. Did y'all see that? Hold on here. That was exactly to the point I was getting to before I even seen this part of the video. I mean, feel free to dress how the fuck you want to dress and all that good stuff, but how did she not know that he was there? Is her dress sort of like appropriate, I guess you could say, for I mean, there's a younger person there that would not be appropriate to be doing in public on a damn camera that people watch around the world. I don't know, Truth. I must have missed it. There went Speedy Gonzalez there. And then you got all these guys that want to come down here and hump the damn statue. And plenty of women that do it too. There, you talking about that? Are y'all just now seeing that part? I'm like way ahead already. Yeah. He didn't just bite it. I think he was like trying to pull that sucker out. I mean, can you turn off that goddamn light? You're shining at my eyes. I can say that now so that Cheryl don't get me. I said a bad word. I'm sorry. Excuse me, I'm trying to see what we have over here, and you got that light shining in my eyes. Yes, that is a tall woman there. I thought that dude had a gun on. Y'all see that? Where the hell's my button at? Oh. Okay, let me go. You see that? I mean, come on, dude. It's just a damn $200 scooter. Ain't nobody can steal that shit from you at this time of night, right? Hey, express your rights, so go ahead. I sure hope this whole Diamonds. Good night if you're leaving us. I won't be on too much longer. I'm just saying. Oh, I'm sorry. Truth. So sorry, so sorry. Yes, Diamond. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with me and us and y'all. And you know, hey, you know what happens when it turns midnight? We turn wild. So, good night. Sleep tight. And we'll see you on the next one. Me too. I keep one closed everywhere I'm at. And I usually have at least at least 4 in the truck with me. At all times. But yeah, I mean, you know, hey, not to. Let's see, I can't figure out which way to go here. You know, just laying there. Have them laying all over the place. Just because, you know, sometimes you just got to work on stuff. Oklahoma is an open carry state. But I do have a license too. But that's what I was saying. I do hope that stuff passes where we have a nationwide open carry. Let me correct that statement. Not just the open carry. I think you should still probably have to have a license, a carry permit to go to other states and all that stuff, which I have. That's why I'm for it. You're right to carry and bear arms. You know, I feel it's legal. It should be legal in your home state where you're already registered as a person with either with a driver's license or something like that. You know, and I know people's gonna say all kind of stuff, but you're a U.S. citizen. You should be able to carry anywhere in the U.S. I understand, but at the same time, I do feel there needs to be some control means in place so that there is a process that validates people to having firearms. And I have plenty. I have a bunch. But I also have licenses and all that stuff. So, just saying. But I'm all for people's gun toting rights. As long as you have the right to carry a firearm, you should be able to carry it, you know, especially in your state. Now, if you travel in a vehicle for work or for pleasure, you know, a lot and all that stuff, I think in order to go out of your state and carry a firearm, then you should at least have to go through a background check, just like I did to get my concealed carry permit. But my concealed carry permit should allow me to carry in all 50 states, even the states that says they have no reciprocity. Like, you know, I got pulled over in California the last time I was out there because I was driving faster than 55, pulling a trailer in the fast lane. And it was right after I had retired. And I was informed by the California Highway Patrol that, you know, hey, just so you know, your concealed carry permit is not valid in California. Really? I didn't know that. Just a warning. Make sure you take care of it. So I did. I got back in the fast lane. I got the hell out of California. But yeah, I mean, it should be legal to carry in all 50 states. Once I purchased and, you know, did the federal background check and all that good stuff, instead of just being legal to carry without a license in Oklahoma, I purchased a license so that I can carry as I travel different places and be legal for the states that it's legal in, even though accidents happen and sometimes you go to states that you just don't remember it's not. Sorry. That it's legal to carry in other states. So. She got some broad ass shoulders now. But anyway, that's just my thoughts on gun rights. So let's see what this comment is here. Quit typing, damn it. It keeps moving on me. If you have already passed the 4473 to buy a gun, there's no point in a background check for a license. You've already passed a background check. Well, agreed, but so sort of the thing now is, you know, I've got the background check for my concealed carry permit through Oklahoma, which is a federal background check for all that stuff. So and I bought the 10-year license, which means the first 5 years, if I was to walk into a gun store to purchase a firearm, now I don't have to go through a background check. I show them my concealed carry permit, and that is my background check for the first 5 years of that 10-year license. Now, the second 5 years of a 10-year license, you would have to redo a background check because it's been 5 years since you had a background check in order to get that license. But like if you don't have a license, you walk in and get a firearm, you have to do a background check right then and there, and you pay your, whatever fees they tell you got to pay, and then you got to do the background check. In Oklahoma, I mean, most states, it does come back, rather quickly, and they'll tell you yes or no right then and there, and you do your firearm and you walk out of the store with it in Oklahoma. In California, you got to wait 3 days or some crazy shit like that. No, if I walk in the store and I want to buy that bitch, I want to buy it right then and there. I don't want to wait to come back, 72 hours later or whatever it is. Crazy stuff. But yeah, so once you have a concealed carry, that first 5 years, I don't have to do a background check now. So I just walk in and show them they write down the number off of my concealed carry permit and all that stuff, and that serves as my background check. No matter how many firearms I buy in that 5 years. So that's that. But I must say, friends, it is that time for me. How long have we been streaming? Damn, we've done we got to do at least 3 more minutes. That'll give us another 4 hour and 45 minute stream. It's only because y'all are able to keep the comments coming in and keep us talking and all that good stuff. So, True says, be careful living near state lines. We have to cross state lines to go anywhere. Basically, you need to check with the other states' rules too. Again, that's where the reciprocity and all that good stuff comes into play. So it definitely helps. But yeah, if you do not have a concealed carry permit, federally checked background check, and if a state that you go into that's not your home state, you may be breaking the law by carrying that firearm into that state by not having a background check, concealed carry. Because just like I said, here in Oklahoma, it's open carry. If you're old enough and eligible to carry a firearm over the age of 21 for a handgun or 18 for a rifle, then you can open carry it here in Oklahoma, and people do. So, if you pass a background check for permit, you shouldn't have to do a 4473. If you pass a 4473, you shouldn't need to pass one to get a permit. It just makes no sense. Right. I agree with you. Inner strength, yeah. Unfortunately, you came in at the 4 hour and 45 minute mark of this here stream, and you can only drink so much tea and keep your whistle wet. The wrong place to be doing that. But hey, I'll tell you this much though. If you turn on those notifications for me, it'll let you know the next time I go live. So you can be here a little bit sooner. And if you haven't hit that subscribe button for anybody that's out there listening, or if you're replaying this and you're like, oh, you know what? I haven't hit the subscribe button on this guy. He's a funny dude, and I just want to watch his streams. Then you can turn on those notifications and you'll know next time I go live. So thank you, Truth Warrior. Yeah, I'm telling you, my brother-in-law, I can't even begin to tell you all the stuff that he has forms on. I'm just saying, that man has spent more in damn tax stamps than I have probably in my whole firearms collection, and I have a bunch. But he has a bunch of stuff. Let's see. You still have half a Starbucks? What goddamn Starbucks did you stop at to get a Starbucks at this time of night that you still have half of it left? I'm just saying. Yeah, you're gonna have to come in here earlier next time, because you may have to go back and replay. Probably go back at least the last 2 hours and 47 minutes, because once it turns a little bit after midnight, that's when the craziness starts happening. And we just say what the hell we need to say. It's an open conversation, open dialogue of whatever you want to talk about, and we talk about it. So with that note, folks, my friends, I drink a lot of coffee. No, I haven't in a long time. I drank some a couple weeks ago at like 7 o'clock at night, just because it sounded good. And I love the smell of coffee and the taste of coffee. And I decided I was going to have me a cup of coffee at like 7 o'clock at night. I didn't go to bed till like 4:30, 5 o'clock. As a matter of fact, that was a night whenever I was on Alex's live stream. Was it Alex's live stream? Yeah, till like 4:30 in the damn morning, Oklahoma time. It's 2:30 his time. And I was like, what the hell, man? I can't go to sleep. Well, see, I appreciate you for stopping in, but hey, and that's what happens. I'm going to start making sure people know that whenever they're done with those guys' streams, they stop in over here and check it out. And you did, and I'm sorry, and I'm just getting ready to sign off for the night. Smokers definitely drink coffee. That is a given fact. Caffeine per se, yeah, it may not affect me, but and I didn't. Coffee didn't used. I used to be able to drink a cup of coffee, or hell, for that matter, a pot of coffee, and go to bed, other than being scared I'd piss all over myself. But it didn't affect me that way. But now I'm older, and it don't do the same way. It keeps me up. So, gee whiz. Now, I don't drink that green tea shit now. I'm just telling you. I drink straight up damn sugar sweet tea. Inner Strength says, I love my Starbucks mocha with 5 shots of espresso. And I still sleep like a baby. No. Hey, ladybugs. I was just getting ready to sign off, but thanks for stopping in. Again, make sure y'all turn on those notifications. Oni says, I'm glad you were on. I came from Alex's stream, had to calm down after some dude was disrespecting vets and people with PTSD. Yeah, I mean, it's probably good I wasn't there. I mean, I even wore one of my new vet shirts, and I bought multiples of a variety of shirts. So Amazon's got some great deals on shirts, y'all. I'm just saying. And today, I think today was the end of Prime Days for anybody that does that. But again, my friends, I thank y'all for stopping in and being with me on my very first live stream when I was monetized. And I'm going to drop this one more time just so y'all can see. The good friend 857 stopped in and dropped that one on me. And many of you great folks did. Hell, I'll play a couple of them. There's another one that didn't play. There you go. Miss Cheryl. Katie, baby. Play. There you go. I don't know what's going on with it. Other super chats. Takes a minute for some reason. And then just to check it out, Caleb decided that he's going to do a super chat when I first started and to verify it's working. And there it is. Oh, it's just on Michaela's right now. So I think I got everybody. I hope I didn't miss nobody. And I'm sorry if I did. But yeah, I mean, it's, there you go. It finally showed up. It's good to see all them things are starting to happen. So, Tina Marie, thanks for stopping in. As like I said, I was just getting ready to sign off. Ladybugs, thank you. It's only because of all of you guys being here for me. So, we'll start doing them more often. We'll start, hanging out. Caleb's is still going. I don't know what the hell is going on with that. So, again, thank you all for being here. I appreciate every single one of you. And with that, we're going to end it right there. We're at 4 hours and 52 minutes on the live stream. And we're just going to start having more fun and hanging out more often. So until the next time, y'all take care of each other. Much love to everybody. And I'll see you on the next one.